How y'all doing? Remember, we want you to be an activist. How y'all feeling out there today? How y'all feeling? I thought my green screen was looking good. Now it's looking out shitty once I hit the button. How y'all feeling out there, man? How y'all feeling? I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. How you doing? How you feeling? How you doing? Speaking of, old girl is out. She got COVID, and they said it a breakthrough. But I remember her saying that she didn't get the vax. Anyways, they said it was a breakthrough, and she's been home. She's gonna be home for like a month or so. Y'all know who I'm talking about. How you doing? That's what I'm talking about. Anyways, I think I want to do. Well, let's talk about what we're gonna talk about today. What are we gonna talk about? We're gonna talk about a stolen relic that got returned back to Iraq. We're gonna talk about some crazy cops in Orange County. I might go over the Israeli question too, where the border should be. I really might go over that again. I want to talk about Gabby Petito's story again because they talked about that came up with the missing white woman syndrome, and Joy Reid talk about that. A few jokes about the jab. We're going to talk about the New York vaccine mandates with the nurses. We're going to talk about the NBA and some of the NBA players not wanting to take the jab. We're going to talk about the work economy where, like, you got employers who are kind of desperate looking for employees after the pandemic. There's a lot of people not coming back to work, even though unemployment is over. We're going to spend a good time about New York and the vaccine mandates and how they can actually pull that off. And I was supposed to talk about China more yesterday. We talked about it, but we only touched on it. So hopefully I can get into finishing that. I got some stuff on that. What else? That's another thing I meant to go over yesterday was the election in Germany, and we just barely touched on it. So hopefully I can wrap that up. What else? We got and some crazy random news. So I want to do something a bit different from what I normally do. Even though I have done this before, but I usually don't start my show off this way. But I want to share because I had a couple hits on Instagram, and this is one of them right here. Can y'all see this? Let me double check here. Okay, yeah, y'all can see it. It might be little, so I'm just gonna read it off to y'all anyway. So check it out. Healthy people are the biggest threat to our system, to our healthcare system. That's what the meme says. And then I made comments and I was like, if they cared about our health, they would mandate exercise and healthy eating. Wow, New York is the beginning. They are making money on this too. I think it's a test to see how much they can get away with. No strong unions, no worker rights, fired, no unemployment. Go sleep under the bridge and catch the COVID. You should have just taken the jab. Random comments. Please don't stand too close to me. Just because everyone is doing it doesn't make it okay. I suck at this, y'all. Somebody in the comments, show me how I'm supposed to be doing this. So irritating. It's all about me. Think about what's at stake. They can fire you for political reasons and you can't do anything about it. This post about people who didn't get the jab, these posts about people who didn't get the jab and died are all down my timeline. And it's acceptable to make fun and relish in those people's death. Do you guys see anything wrong with that? You don't care about the other person, what medical conditions they have. Some people have taken no vaccines ever. This is crazy. And the worst part is you guys are going along with it. Do you not have a heart? These people are human. They have families. You just worried about yourself. Please don't get me sick. Rent is too high. Jobs don't pay enough. You work 3 jobs. We are taxed to the teeth. The hedge fund managers are buying all the land. You can't get an abortion legally in Texas, but anyone can buy and possess a gun. Mass shootings every day. Can't get health care during a pandemic, but can get a free jab. I think there was more on there, but I'm going too far. Yeah, let me go back, y'all. Oh, yeah. Why is it that I don't see white women with these Betty Boo eyelashes? I don't understand that shit. I said, I think white women feel they are naturally beautiful and black women feel like they need help. Where would black women get the idea that they are not naturally beautiful? I went on to say that, it's the media and stuff, like the representations of black women in the media, they're not represented at all. And it's like beauty is only white. This is a little video.
Damn it. You don't see that? Fuck.
I had another one, but it's this one. Give $600 to a poor person and it's gone in a week. Give $600 to a rich person and it's multiplied 10 times in a few years or less. Comment underneath that. Here, let me fix that for you. Give $600 to someone with no money and they have no choice but to use it to survive. Give $600 to someone whose needs are already fully met and they can sit on it all they want. I said, these arguments used to make sense to me. Then I made some money and people called me successful. And then I fell to a lower rung of the social economic ladder. That's when I realized that when you are poor, most or all of your resources go to survival and everything costs more because people know you're desperate. You can't flip your rent. If you do, it's heavily risky. It's probably some homeless that tried and failed. And once you fall off, it's very difficult to get up again. Oh, damn. I know you don't care, but when you fall on hard times, you go to your parents, your uncle, grandparents, siblings. If you don't have anyone, everyone is what if you don't have anyone? What if everyone is struggling? And then they tell you it's all your fault. And then they try to sell you lottery tickets, make you pay bail, take grocery stores away, and force poor people to buy everything from super marked up gas stations. I have been trying to get it together for a number of years. I'm not lazy. I have skills. I don't make it a habit to waste on alcohol, drugs, and shopping. Why is rent so high in the first place? The market, right? They just mean people selling the same stuff, stabilizing a price range that works for them, and they can still make profit. It has nothing to do with actual value. Social programs only help to keep people in the same cycle. Rent is the biggest bill. It never ends, and the money goes to nothing. It evaporates the moment you pay. You could live at a place for 50 years. The first month you can't pay, they're going to start the process to get you out. What happens to that 50 years of rent? It means nothing. No car, the bus stops running. Now you Uber, and you do that a couple times a week because sometimes you get tired. Now you're spending half what you make to get to and from work. The state preyed on you for out stickers, out insurance, other car issues. Guess what? All of that is related to not having the money to pay. And then it's criminalized. And then they have to pay more. And if they can't pay, they go to jail. Now they can lose their job and apartment. Anyways, I guess enough of boring, y'all. Let's get the show started. Chicky chow, chicky chow, chow. Bangy, bangy, bangy.
Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march. It's better to gun, never to run, so here we come, so here we come, to sever the lung. Meticulous to the letter, ridiculous think you ever get with this lyricist. I really think I'll be feeling this shit forever. Gotta get my shit together, regardless of the weather. And if I think my mental's clever, smoking a swisher sweet on leather, them niggas can't keep me tethered. I'll fuck around, pull the levers, hot while you niggas wearing sweaters. And they got people in place wherever. I really wanna shake the ladder, or maybe it makes me smarter, really it makes me harder, make me better to raise my daughter. You people gon' check the order. How many wanna be a martyr? How many is getting larger? Any respect the father. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march. Live slide, situation, faces and names. Live slide, catching cases, chasing them games. Why you gotta kill for 15 seconds of fame? And why I keep it real but still expecting to change? Why do I feel like redirecting my pain? Smiling while I'm saying to myself I'm insane. Hating for your health, you can't help but be lame. Obsessed with the wealth and it's melting your brain. I done heard them discussions about cases and planes, and I done seen repercussions. I ain't touching the game. Choose the pictures you like, we just making the frame. You can have a light, but we taking the flame. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march.
It's better to gun, never to run, either way ball to the righteous ones. I'm a soldier, dressed in fatigue, until up my boots, ain't scared of no one. Ready for war, even if I'm asleep, waking up busting these niggas on sight. I'm shining like a motherfucker, even the blind can see the light. Y'all think I'm ready, but we come with the heat that make y'all do it again. Remain the same as we keep it real, the format bitch niggas could never win. And I'm always ready to attack, making sure that you ain't coming back. Even these bitches don't get no slag when these boots are fucking black. Nickel.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Right and right, bro.
You could play with it some more. Go ahead. I got a video I want to play anyways to start us off. And I'm going to unplug my mic, you guys, because it acts funny when I share my screen and I play sound. So once I start this share screen, I'm going to cut off my mic and then I'm going to turn it back on once I'm done. I probably only play like 5 minutes of this. Y'all give me a second. Here we go.
That's bullshit.
I'm now pushing back against the mandates. So here's an NBA player, and you tell me if this guy sounds like a kook or sounds like someone who's thoughtful. You tell me.
Jonathan, Josh Robbins with The Athletic. What is it about the vaccine that makes you hesitant to get it?
I would start with I've had COVID in the past, and so our understanding of antibodies, of natural immunity, has changed a great deal from the onset of the pandemic, and is still evolving. I understand that the vaccine would help if you catch COVID, and you'll be able to have less symptoms from contracting it. But with me having COVID in the past and having antibodies, with my current age group and physical fitness level, It's not necessarily a fear of mine. Taking the vaccine, like I said, it would decrease my chances of having a severe reaction, but it does open me up to the, albeit rare chance, but the possibility of having an adverse reaction to the vaccine itself. I don't believe that being unvaccinated means infected, or being vaccinated means uninfected. You can still catch COVID with or not having the vaccine. I would say honestly, the craziness of it all, in terms of not being able to say that it should be everybody's fair choice without being demeaned or talked crazy to, doesn't make one comfortable to do what said person is telling them to do. Yeah, I would say that's a couple of the reasons that I would say I'm hesitant at this time. But at the end of the day, I don't feel that it is anyone's reason to come out and say, well, this is why or this is not why. It should just be their decision. And loving your neighbors, not just loving those that agree with you or look like you or move in the same way that you do. It's loving those who don't.
Wow, he sounds like a crazy person. That guy's a kook, Trumper, horse paste, Trumper.
Fucking hate this shit, bro. I hate it,
Holy
bro.
shit. Does that fuck things up for the
Does it?
establishment when someone like that, who's successful and popular and African American, speaks so eloquently to puncture their
Hey, what's
narrative
this
about
guy's name?
mandates? Isn't that amazing? That's got to be hell for them.
Skip? That's not Skip, is it?
Thank you. I just wanted to show how badly I was misrepresented, share my views on things. To see that many share my opinion is encouraging. Whether you are vaxxed or not, you're free to your own convictions, and I stand with you and against bullying. Keep the faith, and God bless.
Jonathan, Janie Say, WKMG. Wondering if you can comment on the Rolling Stone article and your comments that appeared on that about you not getting a vaccination, why you don't want to get a vaccination, and were you misquoted in that article?
I would start by saying that I was pretty badly misrepresented in the Rolling Stone article, and because of that, I can understand anyone who may say they don't transparently or overtly trust the media. In a frustrated tweet yesterday, I had noted that true journalism was dying. And to that, I would say that I appreciate every single one of you, those that try their best to correctly share the thoughts, the ideas, and the heart of the people that they're asking questions of. I'm not anti-vax. I'm not anti-medicine. I'm not anti-science. I didn't come to my current vaccination status by studying Black history or watching Donald Trump press conferences. I have nothing but the utmost respect for every healthcare worker and person in Orlando and all across the world that have worked tirelessly to keep us safe. My mom has worked in healthcare for a really long time. I thank God, I'm grateful that I live in a society where vaccines are possible and we can protect ourselves and have the means to protect ourselves in the first place. But with that being said, it is my belief that the vaccine status of every person should be their own choice and completely up to them without bullying, without being pressured, or without being forced into doing so. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm uncomfortable with taking the vaccine at this time. I think that we're all different. We all come from different places. We've all had different experiences and hold dear to different beliefs. And what it is that you do with your body when it comes to putting medicine in there should be your choice, free of the ridicule and the opinion of others.
What a kook. I mean, geez. I mean, honest to God, selfish. That guy, he should be taken out of society and not allowed to go anywhere. Restaurants, gyms, movie theaters, no airplanes, no cabs, libraries. He shouldn't. That guy's crazy. So he had COVID.
Yes.
Having COVID, having SARS-CoV-2 once confers much greater immunity than a vaccine. That's in Science Magazine. Israelis who had an infection were more protected against the Delta coronavirus variant than those who had an already high effectively COVID-19 vaccine. So if you already had COVID, you have better protection against a reinfection or the Delta variant than someone who got the vaccine. That's what that says. Israelis who were infected, who had COVID, were more protected against the Delta coronavirus variant than those who had the COVID vaccine. But you're going to make that guy get a vaccine anyway. Even though we know that, although rare, there are side effects.
There was a study that came out of Israel about natural immunity. And basically the headline was that natural immunity provides a lot of protection, even better than the vaccines alone. What are people to make of that? So as we talk about vaccine mandates, I get calls all the time. People say, I've already had COVID, I'm protected. And now the study says maybe even more protected than the vaccine alone. Should they also get the vaccine? How do you make the case to them?
You know, that's a really good point, Sanjay. I don't have a really firm answer for you on that.
So he's got no answer to that.
I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Cool. All right. So what you think about all that?
Dude, he's very specific. There's a lot of shit.
Yeah, well, pick something out of it.
You can't tell him what the fuck to do, bro. And so I know that mandate has passed, so everybody has to be vaccinated, right? That's what's happening right now, yeah?
I don't know that I think so.
No, it still has to go through Congress. That's where we are. That's where we are.
No. The NBA is their own private entity, so they could come up.
No, we're not talking about the NBA. What I'm talking about their subject and how this motherfucker decides he has to destroy whatever the fuck he said by bringing up race. No. That's shitty.
That's the one part of it that I didn't like. But Jimmy Dore, I watch Jimmy Dore all the time, and what people like about Jimmy Dore is he true to himself like all day. You know what I'm saying? And yes, he got a little tinge. He be trying to look out for black people, but he really don't have no idea. And also his racism.
No, when he said that shit, dude. When he said that pissed me off. I'm not gonna lie.
That part, dude. I get it. Yeah, that part bothers me
specifically, that part.
Yeah, but I tell everybody, man, you got to take in information. You take it in with a grain of salt. Of course, it's good as you can't. The messenger is not what's important. You know what I'm saying? The words that came out of his mouth is what's important.
From where?
For the most part is what I'm saying.
Keep in mind, I'm not pro-black. I'm pro-human. I'm not pro-black. I'm not pro-white. I'm pro-human.
Okay, but wait.
In my universe, I think all of you are dumb. Every single one of you.
Listen, Curtis.
No, I get it. Trust me. I get it. Don't worry about it. I get it. But you can't justify shit like that. He should have kept it on the fucking virus. Keep it on the virus, bro.
Listen, bro. This is what happens. Listen, this is what happens in the whole. This is what happens in the whole media, bro. This is what happens in the whole interchange between people on the streets. Is instead of focusing on the information, the ideas, the point, we get caught up on these little things. Okay, that was a little tinge.
No, but I understood. I understood what the basketball player was saying. Dude, I don't watch basketball. I understood what the basketball player was saying, but as far as his argument, he was like, "Oh, especially as a black woman, a black man." It's like, the fuck do you mean, man? It's like, what does that have to do with whether the virus affects you or not? I get the fuck out of here with that shit, dude.
I agree with you, bro. But
get the fuck out of here, bro.
Listen,
you know it.
That was such a small part of that fucking interview, bro. I just paid like
I saw the
7
whole
minutes.
interview. We started there. Okay.
You
Yeah, we
focusing
started
on
there.
like
All right.
3 seconds of the interview, bro. That's what I'm saying. He said a whole bunch of shit, and you focusing on 3 seconds.
Well,
when
ask
the one
questions about what gets at you.
the whole thing is like, I really like how Jimmy Dore came at it. That's the reason why I played the video, because he was so sarcastic, and it made it seem so stupid, because it is so stupid. You know what I'm saying? That's my point. Like, you know, the comment about him being an intelligent black man, I get it. Like, damn, so he's a black dude, he can't be intelligent. You gotta fucking mention that shit. Yes, that is a problem. I get it. But that, besides that, almost everything was pretty on point in that video. You know what I'm saying? The way he did it and everything. So like, what I'm saying is, and then he played the clip of Fauci, and you know, because the natural immunities, the fucking immunity once you've already had COVID, right? And then how many? We don't know who all has. Some people
right,
has had
bro.
it.
Hey, bro, he's right. He's right. Like, dude, I'm fuck. All right, I'm doing my best, man. I'm doing my best.
Yeah, don't get on the emotional
family shit.
Let's
Like,
focus on
because I just had to convince my mom of this shit, and it's like, no. Just because you get the vaccine, don't mean that you're not gonna die. And then the San Antonio woman died right after I said this shit. I'm like, no. That's why I am totally fucking against it. I'm like, no, you haven't come up with a solution. If you're gonna tell me something, tell me the fucking truth, because this shit ain't working. I ain't gonna say that.
Yeah, be
I
careful.
feel like it's fucking test subjects, bro. I'm sorry.
We have to be
test
careful.
this shit out.
Yeah,
You
have to be careful.
Yeah, you gotta be fucking careful. Don't censor my mind, censor my thoughts. Dude, that's where you are. Don't censor my fucking mind, censor my thoughts. You can hear that, can't you? Out, bro. Fucking out. You can't do that shit. They didn't do. Right, we're here. They done already took wombs. I'm like, what else do you need? Mind? I'm like, shit, that's a whole goddamn human being, the womb and the mind. You can control. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I may have went on the rant. I apologize, sir.
Yeah, we're gonna stay on the same subject, but I'm gonna lighten it up. Check this out.
Excuse me. Gonna need to see your proof of vaccination.
Oh.
You know we got the new mandate going on.
Right. Sorry. I have the app.
Oh, Moderna, huh? Heard that one knocks you on your ass. I got the Pfizer.
Oh, you're a Pfizer guy. I hear Moderna's better, but not gonna judge. You know. The new normal.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Vaccine passport? Yeah, but I need proof of at least 10 booster shots. 9, 10, 11. Where's the... Okay, AIDS vaccine passport. I'm gonna need to see an allergy test. Lyme disease. Chickenpox. H1N1. Rabies tag. H1N2. I'm gonna need to see some polio papers.
Seriously?
Nah, I'm just kidding about that one.
Oh.
But I will need to see a syphilis passport.
Oh, of course.
H1N3. H1N4. All right, proof of the herpes vaccine. And what about the herpes booster?
I literally got it like 10 minutes ago.
Let's see it. All right, hand, foot, and mouth disease. H1N5. H1N6. Prostate exam. Whooping cough. I'm gonna need your Netflix password. HPV.
I actually have HPV.
I need proof to show solidarity to the HPV community. I'm gonna need to see your Blockbuster card. Tetanus. Negative test for the Black Plague. Tetanus booster.
I don't have it.
I'll give it to you now. Proof of political party. Proof of diversity.
Are you serious?
We already have 2 white guys in there, okay? That's our limit.
Okay, I'm Jewish.
What do you think this is, 2021? You're gonna have to be way more oppressed than that to get in here. You got like a 23andMe test results?
Yes.
50% Ashkenazi Jew. 0.000027 Native American. Why didn't you just tell me that? You got an anti-racist card? All right, now I just got to check your white guilt score. 9.7. Wow, not bad, man. Not bad. Just got to scan you for male toxicity. Okay, quick set of questions. Would you have sex with a trans woman?
Yes.
Can men have babies?
Yes.
What are your pronouns?
He, him, they, them.
Do all lives matter?
Yeah, no.
Quote from Broad City to prove you can hang with gay people.
Yes, queen.
I'm sorry?
Yes!
Yeah, that's better. How many statues have you toppled this month?
9.
You support the police?
No.
Are all Trump supporters racist?
Yes.
How many abortions have you paid for?
5.
I'm gonna need to see your punch card. All right, 4 more and your 10th one's free. How many people have you canceled this month?
18, 19, including my grandmother.
Racist?
No, she still likes Louis C.K.
Ooh, even worse. Ever been Me Too'd?
No.
Me 3'd?
No.
Me 4'd?
Nope.
Me 5'd?
Nope.
Me 7'd? Me 69'd? All right, I'm gonna show you some photos of women holding power jobs. Tell me what word comes to mind.
Brave. Brave. So brave.
That's not bad. I need proof of a black friend. Okay, how many pronouns are there?
92,627.
All right, and finally, I need you to recite the full sexuality acronym.
LGBTQIAONMPZ \, greater than sign, less than sign, squiggly mark, a peace sign, @ sign, hammer and sickle, poop emoji, and symbol for titanium.
All right, just put your mask on and show them your receipt.
You know, I actually lost the receipt, so...
How are we supposed to give you your laundry if you don't have the receipt? Get the fuck out of here, you stupid bigot!
I find that hilarious.
Bro.
That shit is funny, bro.
We might have a good show.
That nigga Brandon gonna get on? Please let him get on. Know? I saw him walk by in the background while I was playing. Fucking listen though, the video, bro. Did you pay attention at all, bro? No, you did. I saw the little head shake. Listen. Let me talk about the video a bit. The parts that was making me fun, that's hilarious, bro, was like the part where he asked, he said, "Are you oppressed?" He was like, "I'm Jewish." He was like, "Oh no, you got to be more oppressed than that." And the part where he was like 0.000027 Native American. Why you didn't tell me that? Come on in. And the part where he was like toxic masculinity, and then he had the beep around his crotch area. Like,
yeah,
it was like, okay, so the skit was a guy coming to pick up his laundry, right? So, but to pick up his laundry, he had to show his vaccine history and, all of this shit, so basically it was just a joke. It was saying like I wish you would have saw it. It's pretty funny.
We're kind of going that way, dude.
That's the point of it. That's the point of the joke. That's what they're saying in the joke. It's pretty fucking hilarious. Watch the video back. It's worth watching. I'm telling you.
I don't want to.
It's fucking hilarious, bro. And you will learn stuff. I swear to God, bro. You like the average. You like the classic. You like the, I don't know. I can't find the right word.
No. Hurtful things don't hurt me. Be true. I'm like what am I?
I'm not trying to be hurtful. What I'm saying is,
the truth hurts, Shaka.
Yes, I know it does, and I'm not trying to be hurtful. But what I'm saying is, and with this channel,
I know where I am, bro.
I'm that's one of the reasons why I do 4-hour streams, is because I'm trying to expand people's fucking attention span. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying because
okay, I can say this: they might be lost for a reason.
I'm trying to
help from something. No, running from something. No. Honestly, that's a good question. Running from something.
Running from the truth, probably. Running from themselves.
Running from something.
Running from responsibility. Running from accountability, self-accountability.
This is why I don't like division, man. It is. This is why I don't like it. Like you divided on religion, you divided on race, you divided on. There's so much more shit in this fucking world, in this galaxy, that you can be more, but we choose to divide on stupid shit. Come on, bro. You got to get out of here with that. At least with me. I don't know where the rest of your fucking world is going, but man, nah, dog. Shit be happening.
Shit be
happening, bro.
Shit be happening. Here, let me play I don't think this is long. It's how them enforcing, you know, that the vaccine mandate goes into effect in New York. Parts of it have already gone into effect, and you can't go to restaurants without showing your status. Anyways, check this out.
Well, Carl, here in the city, it will be up to businesses to essentially police their customers and ask them for proof. They'll have to show that CDC vaccination card or use one of the 2 apps created by the city or the state. Businesses will have about a month to put all of this into action, and then the city will start to crack down and issue fines. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio says some businesses have already been asking for this proof ahead of today's executive order, and he takes that as a good sign that everyone else will fall into line.
I think it's going to go quickly and smoothly in the vast majority of cases. And if they need support, if they have questions, that's what this whole month is for, to really get people clear on how to make it work before any enforcement begins.
And while businesses say they like the idea of making sure customers and staff are safe, some are concerned about tourists who may not be aware of the new mandates or may simply not want to comply. They're also worried about people using fake vaccine cards. The threat of fines from the city start at $1,000 and up to $5,000, and that isn't helping the situation.
If we miss something, or if somebody slips through, or somebody comes with false identification and something comes back to us, now we're fined for that. That's difficult, and that's something else that now we have to worry about and that our staff has to worry about.
The city is asking businesses to post signs like this one. This makes it clear that this is a citywide mandate. That enforcement that we talked about, that will start on September 13th.
Fascinating, Valerie. So just to be clear, if someone is caught with a fake vaccine card, the fines are going to be fairly hefty.
They are. The mayor is calling these vaccine cards a sacred document, and so he says people really shouldn't be messing around with this. The penalty for falsifying an official document is up to 7 years in prison.
Damn, they say 7 years, bro. Up to 7 years in prison for falsifying your vaccination card.
No shit.
That sounds pretty damn extreme. And in New York, you can't go to restaurants, gyms, concerts without showing your status.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah. Dude, I honestly don't know what to say, man. Like, honestly. Like, it is. I mean, how explain to me, how do you take that? Explain to me, how is it stolen? If it's voted by the fucking people, right? And the government are voted by the people. Like, well, what are we talking about right now? I see rights being stripped. So I don't know. Yeah, I see rights being stripped, bro. So I honestly don't know how to think about it. I promise I'm not an extremist, but yeah, that's okay. This is society. This is the society that I exist in. Fuck that. No.
Let me play a couple more on New York.
A coronavirus vaccine for kids as young as 5 years old could be just weeks away. The update from Pfizer comes as the American Academy of Pediatrics reports children accounted for more than a quarter of U.S. cases last week. Meanwhile, thousands of frontline workers in New York are at risk of losing their jobs because a vaccine mandate went into effect on Monday. Errol Barnett has the latest.
Important news tonight for parents. Pfizer announcing it submitted data to the FDA proving its vaccine is safe and effective in children aged 5 to 11. The company says it will make a formal request within weeks to begin administering doses. If the FDA approves, kids could get the vaccine by late October or November. Meanwhile, in the nation's largest school district, a federal judge says New York City can mandate all school employees be vaccinated or lose their job. The deadline is 5 p.m. Friday.
What do you say to teachers who will not get vaccinated?
We're here to protect your rights, but at the same time, we follow the law.
Michael Mulgrew heads the union representing nearly 200,000 current and former New York City teachers and staff.
It's the only way we can go back to doing what we wanted to do, which is to teach children who aren't full of fear and anxiety.
How many teachers drop out remains to be seen, but there are signs a similar mandate among hospital employees worked. Just a week before the deadline to get at least one dose or face termination, there were reportedly still more than 8,000 New York City hospital workers unvaccinated. By last night, that number dropped to almost half as many. Also tonight, a change of heart for a former vaccine skeptic. NBA star LeBron James saying he has now received his first vaccine dose.
After doing my research and things of that nature, I felt like it was best suited for not only me, but for my family and for my friends.
Also, a new nationwide study shows a surge in vaccine acceptance among racial and ethnic groups that lagged behind. Back in May, a far higher percentage of white Americans were vaccinated with at least one dose when compared to black or Hispanic Americans. But now, not only has the gap narrowed considerably, but Hispanics have the highest vaccination rate.
There were many reasons for this gap, including barriers to vaccine access, and some still had concerns, and those concerns were often rooted in misinformation.
Now, there remains resistance to vaccines among some New York teachers, but at least 90% of them have received their first dose. Also new Tuesday evening, United Airlines announced an update on its vaccine mandate. 99% of staff have complied, minus those with religious or medical exemptions. That final 1%, almost 600 people, Ed, will be subject to termination.
They didn't. They just skimmed over the part with the kids, bro. Like talking about, they're gonna update, approve it for the children coming in October.
Yeah. Well, this is gonna be a shit show. I can guarantee you that. Like, it's gonna be a shit show, bro. I'm sorry. It's still the truth, bro. Like, fuck, bro. I don't know. Certain points, I don't know what to say. Certain points, I don't know what to fucking say. It's going to be a fucking shit show. Everybody's cheering Donald Trump. No, they're actually bashing, what's this motherfucker? Biden?
Yeah.
Biden, right?
Yeah, he's catching it right now.
Yeah, he's getting ill. He ain't even been, how long has he been in there?
Yeah, he just barely got in there.
That's an honest question. You got to think about that shit.
Yeah, he just barely got in there, and they bashing the shit out of him, like this is all his fault.
Most of it.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Me neither.
And so, but anyways, the point is, they're rolling this out in New York. New York is the biggest city, so they can scale it down like that way. They can work out the logistics and, because New York is the hardest city to pull this off in, I would think. One of the hardest cities, definitely, in the United States to pull this off in. So once they pull this off in New York, it ain't going to be nothing for it to spread across the country. Once they get it worked out. So that might be, because I saw a report that somebody was saying, Kamala, somebody was saying, do your Christmas shopping now. I don't know if you guys have been hearing that. They're saying, do your Christmas shopping now. And like, they're not saying why. So does that mean we're going to have a lockdown around Christmas time? Or does that mean that, you're going to have the vaccine mandates thing that's going to maybe affect the Christmas shopping? I don't know. I don't know. But October, they're rolling out some more stuff. And that might be around the time when they start spreading it, around the nation. I think I got one more New York one I want to play. Let me see. Did I play this?
Well, Shep, many are on board, but some are still refusing. Tonight, we're in front of Bellevue Hospital. This is one of the oldest hospitals in New York City and part of the city's public health care system that says more than 90% of doctors and nurses have at least one dose and are in compliance with the state mandate that went into effect today. October 7th is the next big deadline. That is when staff at other medical facilities like home care, hospice, and adult care in New York State should receive at least that first dose. The Department of Labor says any workers who are terminated for refusing to get vaccinated are not eligible for unemployment insurance unless they have a medical exemption approved by a doctor. The CEO of New York City Health and Hospitals, the largest public health care system in the country, including Bellevue Hospital, says more than 95% of nurses and about 98% of doctors are vaccinated as of today. But about 5,000 employees out of a total of 43,000 are not vaccinated as of Monday morning.
Even today, we are not putting people on leave. If people are not vaccinated, they're not going to get paid for today. But we're keeping lines of communication open, and we're hoping that if not today, then by tomorrow, people will go and get vaccinated and resume their posts.
Northwell Health, the largest healthcare system in New York State, says they've seen nearly 100% compliance system-wide, though not everyone is happy to be a part of that statistic, and some are still refusing to get vaccinated.
We were forced to take the shot or resign. That was our choice.
And what did you choose?
I chose to get the COVID shot because I need my job.
I'm not taking that vaccine. It's more like it's either a paycheck or my rights.
And New York State Governor Kathy Hochul says there are plans to bring in healthcare workers from other states, if not other countries, if there is any sort of staffing shortage. And she says she won't hesitate to issue an emergency order that would bring in help from the National Guard.
Shepard Smith here. Thanks for watching.
It goes on and on, huh? Round and round. On and on, round and round.
I guess.
The one lady said, she said, it's either a paycheck of my rights. She said, I'm going to choose my rights. You know, it's a NBA player, I want to say, he passing up a whole bunch of money, bro, because he don't want to get the jab. A whole bunch of money. So sometimes, you know, people stand on what they believe in, and it don't really be about money. You know, they think they can control everybody with money, even though a lot of us need it to live, to survive. But at the same time, you can't control people with money, because at the end of the day, we're just gonna, you know, figure something else out. Find a new way to make money. You know, it's gonna be like an outcast. It's gonna be like an outcast version of society, though. The ones that can't go to concerts and restaurants, the ones that don't have regular jobs. How long will this last,
I don't want to
bro?
get vaccinated, bro. I'm gonna tell you straight up. I don't want to get fucking vaccinated, dude. They're dying either way, bro. They're dying either way, and I can only speak on my demographic, on what I see as far as Houston. You know what I'm saying? And shit like that. I can only speak on that. But they're dying either fucking way. So how in the fuck are you going to convince me to take something that I might not need? It's like the shit gets retarded. But these are thoughts that no. Thanks.
And my question is, how long is this shit gonna last? It seems like they're stretching this out. I understand we're having a pandemic, and it's a real thing, and people are really dying. It's a real, true thing. But at what point do we kind of like move on from it? I mean, you know, at some point we have to like move on with life, right? How long can we let this like completely, you know,
How long can we actually sit here and fucking die? That's the fucking question, bro. That's the question. So
how long
everybody's forced. Everybody's fucking forced. All right.
How long is it gonna go on? You know, it seems like they're stretching it out. like they say, you don't let a good crisis go to waste. You know, and they're milking this as much as they can out of it, I think. And I think it's really kind of over. Like it's dying down. That's why they're not even talking about the numbers no more. They keep on giving percentages. They keep on saying 10%, 50%, 70%. They keep using these percentages because their numbers are probably low. Because I saw a story where they said some children, they was like, what did they say? They said 20% or 30% of the COVID cases in this certain particular area was of children. And I was thinking, like, that could be 10 people. That could be 2 kids. You know what I mean? Not to say that it's not real. It's just that when you say it like that, now it sounds like it's bigger.
You know what the problem with videos and shit like this is? Because people don't want to understand the reality of it, bro. They don't want to understand the harsh side of what we're talking about right now. Like, all bullshit aside.
Well, that's the point.
You don't want to understand that. Yeah, it's fucking hard. I don't have kids, but I can see the shit.
Right.
You know, dude, you can go back and, dude, start with God. Start with fucking God.
Well, let me ask you this.
So, I don't know what else to tell them.
So, Curtis, let me ask you this.
As far as the rest of this shit, no, derive.
Let me ask you, if you had children and this time and your children was going to school.
You can't do that because you know I don't give a fuck.
So what would you say if they told you, like, hey, your kids can't go to school, you gotta get the jab? What are you gonna say?
You gotta get the fucking jab. Bro. Fuck. Okay. What I would say is, I mean, relationships change people. I'm actually not trying to make this shit right. But an honest question gets an honest answer. I ain't trying to make this shit right. No, fuck that.
So what are you gonna? What is your?
And it's very selfish.
What is your answer?
If you look,
what's the answer?
What would I tell them?
Yeah. What would you say? Would you give the kid? No, listen. So you would tell the people at the school, keep doing you? What does that mean? That mean you're not gonna let the kids go to school, or you're gonna let the kids go to school? What are you gonna do in that situation? Because it's a tough choice. So what would you do if you had children?
No, I'm Shaka. That's why I said it, bro. I'm not there, man. I'm not there. I don't have kids.
Hypothetically, it's a hypothetical question, bro.
And I'm one of the most hypothetical people that you ever meet. I don't have kids. I can't put that weight on them. Why would I even fix my mind to do it?
So what are you saying? You wouldn't let them get the shot, and you would take them out of school, try to homeschool them or something? Is that what you're saying?
Shit.
Is that what you're saying?
All I'm saying is, dude, if I ever have a kid, dude, fuck. Somebody owes me. That's all I'm saying.
You're not answering the question, bro. This is so frustrating.
No, I literally just answered your fucking question, bro. I literally just answered your fucking question. No. Somebody's got some. If I ever have a kid, somebody's got some shit to pay. And I can, no, I am, my view on this world is very
vague.
Nah, I wish I could. I can't.
Check this out. So as a result of this, you know, a lot of employers also after the lockdown, right? After everybody was in lockdown, a lot of employers are having trouble finding people to come back to work. Even, you know, the unemployment ran out and they stopped giving people unemployment, but they still having a really hard time. You know, not everybody has come back to work since they left off work during the lockdown. And since they stopped, and it's been a while since unemployment has ended. and people are still not coming back to work. So I got a video on that. Check it out.
The Isaiah Factor Uncensored starts right now.
And welcome to The Factor Uncensored. 18 months into the pandemic, and we're seeing an opposite issue than we did at the beginning. There are more job opens than people looking for work. Employers are desperate, so desperate to hire people to fill these positions. Some are even making their drug policies more lax. They're allowing you to smoke a blunt or two. Well, not exactly, but extension on unemployment benefits are just one factor that has led to this issue, as we find out tonight here on The Factor Uncensored.
And joining us now here on The Factor Uncensored is Paul Siegert, who is a managing partner at PCS Advisors. Paul, glad to have you here. We have seen a changing world around us as a result of the pandemic, and what we have also seen is the difficulties that employers have seen trying to find employees out there. It's like pulling teeth. So now employers are looking at a way to ease restrictions at jobs. Tell us a little bit about that and what we can expect in the marketplace.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of feedback from employers. It's in the high 60-something percentile, depending what you read, but we're seeing it day to day in our work, that employers are struggling more than they have in 15 years to find the talent they need to staff their companies. And so they're having to come up with new ways to attract these employees. There's only so much budget for increasing wages. What else can they do? We're seeing employers that are waiving drug testing. In fact, I was on a call with an employer here this week where they are looking at taking that step. They're also looking at extending additional benefits, medical benefits for some of their contract workforce, the drivers and so on, that they haven't historically offered benefits to.
Now, before we get into some of those changes that they're looking at in the marketplace, exactly what is going on? Why can't employers find employees? We know all of those people didn't just leave America, disappeared off the face of the earth. And we know that people have to work to make a living. And many of the unemployment benefits extended, have ended. So where are they?
Yeah, we're dealing with 9 or 10 million people that are kind of dropped out of the workforce. They're still here, as you point out, but they're not coming back to work. And while you do read reports from the Federal Reserve and others, and some of the big consulting firms around the country that claim that the enhanced unemployment didn't have an effect on that, the feedback we consistently get from employers is that it has, and that they've seen this at each downturn when benefits were increased, or maybe not increased in terms of monthly dollars or weekly dollars, but lengthened, that it does delay the return to the workforce. So that's the feedback we're seeing from employers. I also think that COVID, and there's data that definitely supports this, at a high percentage of Americans, when we set everybody at home for an extended period of time, had a minute to sit and think and say, you know what? I don't really like what I'm doing. I don't like what I'm doing. I don't like who I'm working with.
Too, reflecting on your job and if you're miserable or not, and if you're getting a livable wage or not.
Exactly. So there is now pressure on employers to address that, increase wages for those that can, add benefits. We have lots of requests about what other benefits can we make available that maybe won't be a huge addition to the budget, but will add value to the employees. We're seeing a big increase in mental health benefits right now, because that also really ticked up during the pandemic.
Now, get back to one of the incentives that employers are now offering, and that would be to relax or end drug testing. Does that come with any type of liability for that employer? Do they have to weigh the pluses and the minuses?
I think they do, and it does, which is why it had to get to this point for many to consider it. It's still a small percentage of employers, 9 or 10%, that are taking that step, but that's still a noticeable number of employers. And that tells you how tough the situation is that they're facing to get the talent on board.
Now, are we talking about relaxed drug testing policies or no drug testing policies? Like, if you come up positive for cocaine or meth, there's no way you're getting this job. If you come up for marijuana, okay, we'll let you in. Or is it We don't care about the drugs. We need to operate and run this business. So come on in.
Mostly what we're seeing at this point is the relaxing of the rules around cannabis. So marijuana, okay, other things not okay. And that really does track along with the fact that lots of states are allowing it, and it has become a legal recreational activity.
So do you think that would be successful in attracting more employees?
I think it will in some industries, certainly. We're still going to see that there's many employers that will not take that step, especially if there's risk. The trades, as an example, the risk would be too great in some industries. But there are other industries where they've made that assessment. They've gotten input from their employment law attorneys, and they feel that it's a reasonable step. And if they're at a point where your back's up against the wall and you can either staff your company or not, you're going to have to start to take some measures that you maybe didn't consider before.
Any other suggestions consultants like yourself are giving employees to lure more workers back? Any ideas, radical ideas that we haven't heard about?
Well, I think the mental health benefit is a big item. We are getting a lot of interest there, and employees, when they're polled, are saying that's important. And then the quality of their benefit offering overall, their health benefits. I'm talking to employers who are actually considering, they may have given up covering that benefit at 100% years ago because of cost, and long since stopped paying for dependent premium. And now I just got off a call right before our conversation here, where an employer has gone back to covering the employee and their families on their medical coverage, which is virtually unheard of anymore, but they're doing it because they need to separate themselves from the competition and get the talent.
Yeah, so that shit crazy. Like I say, you can't freaking find people now. And you know what was crazy about that interview is the part where the guy kept saying, you know, they extended the unemployment benefits, and it was like, even though studies say that didn't affect it, but that's not what we're hearing from the employers. The employers are saying that it did have an impact. So that's what we're hearing from employers, that the extended unemployment had an impact, and that's the reason why they're not coming back, da-da-da-da-da. So it's basically saying that he's disregarding the information that has come out and saying that that's not what the employers are saying. You know, we're talking to the employers. They're saying something different. The employers know what they're talking about. That data doesn't know what it's talking about, you know? And that's one of the things that really bothers me. And then, you know, we live in the country, we live in the United States, and the way that they are, they just want everybody to work. Like it's so, our country is so like, you're lazy if you don't go to work, and you have to work like 40, 50 hours a week to be considered, you know, a upstanding citizen. If you're not doing that, then what are you doing? And then I think it's so much bullshit because the people I know who have money don't work all the damn time. They be at Starbucks all day or at the park. I run into these people at the park during the daytime, you know, because I go, you know, my schedule is different. I'm a student, and I work in the restaurant on the weekends. And I've been working like that for years. That's how my schedule go. I go to school during the week. I work on the weekends. So I could be here, there, here, anywhere. The only time I'm locked up is on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, pretty much. But during the week, I could end up being wherever, you know, the park, here, there, Starbucks. And like I say, it'd be people there. And like I say, and the people that I have known that have money, like there's people who do that I have known that have like jobs and that they have pretty good. They're pretty comfortable. But the people that I see that are comfortable, those people don't do a lot. Like, I don't know where they get their money from. I don't know anything about that. That's the things you don't know, right? You don't ask these people these questions, but they're clearly comfortable, and I don't never see them really doing anything. So, like I say, the people with money don't really be. But they sell that shit to us that we should be working 40, 60 hours a week so we can make them more money. I think that's what it's about. We're right at an hour. I'm going to play my transition. Let's play the transition. Yeah. Yeah, we got to do that. So I'm still kind of on the topic of the mandation, vaccinations, and all that. So I want to play Sager. Let's play some Sager. Check him out.
Sager, what are you looking at? Well, at this point, you might be wondering what exactly is left to show on the lab leak hypothesis. We know the National Institute of Health provided funding to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. We know that the lab there was conducting gain-of-function research. We know that the Wuhan lab began conducting itself in a very sketchy manner in September of 2019, and that many people began falling sick in the area right around them and in the months after. We know at the highest levels of government in the early days of the pandemic, it was acknowledged in Dr. Fauci's emails that the coronavirus is, quote, not consistent with evolutionary theory. We know that Dr. Fauci, he played a pivotal role in funding this dangerous research, and worse, used his influence over the last several months to cover up any ties between himself and the lab in order to protect an entire infrastructure of scientists who profit from gain-of-function research. He's gone so far to protect himself and others. He's even perjured himself before Congress. So what exactly am I going to talk about today? Well, there's another data point. Another revelation into just how risky our so-called best and brightest scientists were before this pandemic. New documents show that in 2018, the nonprofit EcoHealth Alliance submitted a $14 million grant proposal to DARPA, otherwise known as Defense Advanced Research and Production Agency, where some of the most top secret projects of the United States government are housed. The proposal specifically outlines a plan to generate full-length infectious bat coronaviruses in a lab and then insert their genetic features, which would make them more able to infect human cells into bats. This feature is called a furin cleavage site. Now, I know that's a complicated term, but consider this. The furin cleavage site is what makes COVID-19 particularly infectious to humans. Furthermore, of all that we know about SARS-like coronaviruses, the coronavirus that caused this pandemic is the only known SARS-2 virus strain which possesses a furin cleavage site. Natural explanations for the furin cleavage site do not hold up to scrutiny, as science journalist Nicholas Wade told us all months ago. So what do we have here? We have the EcoHealth Alliance, the group already known to be tied to funding gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab, proposing to DARPA the insertion of the exact infectious mechanism inside the virus that we know today as COVID-19, 1 year before that coronavirus likely escaped from the Wuhan lab. Furthermore, consider the players. Those who are listed on the grant proposal include not only Dr. Peter Daszak, the head of EcoHealth Alliance, but also Dr. Shi Zhengli, otherwise known as, quote, the Batwoman, conducting research at the Wuhan lab. The apparent idea behind the grant was that the scientists would create a deadly coronavirus in a lab and then inoculate the bat population against the virus, making it less likely to transmit to humans. Color me skeptical on that entire plan. Luckily, it seems that DARPA thought so too. They rejected the grant proposal. But the documents themselves prove a variety of assertions. Number one, the exact nature of the type of gain-of-function research which could have produced the coronavirus menacing our world was outlined by players intimately involved in the potential outbreak as recently as 1 year before the beginning of the pandemic. Number two, part of the lab leak theory that many did not want to explore is the complicity and seeming coziness that EcoHealth Alliance has with the United States government. Remember, this is DARPA we're talking about. They work on some of the wildest defense programs in the world. Why is EcoHealth Alliance applying for a grant with DARPA that goes after bat populations with a Chinese government-linked lab to our most secret defense agency? Furthermore, what does inoculating bat populations have to do with national defense? That sounds like a public health project. These are all great questions. One, that in Congress we could actually get to the bottom of. But if you look deeper, you see an even more sinister story. Despite the horrific conduct of Dr. Peter Daszak and EcoHealth Alliance, despite their seeming role at the very center of the outbreak of this horrible disease, new documents show that in July of 2021, the Defense Threat Reduction Agency granted $250,000 to EcoHealth Alliance to conduct research that thwarts the use of viruses as weapons of mass destruction. That is only the latest of their grants. In fact, federal spending data reveals that $41 million have been granted to EcoHealth Alliance by the U.S. government since 2008. Dig deeper, and it seems that 37 of that 41 million comes from the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, whose main job is to prevent WMD attacks here in the United States. So let's piece it all together. In 2018, EcoHealth Alliance, which has deep ties to the Pentagon, offers an ambitious new grant proposal to one of the most advanced defense agencies in the United States to create infectious bat coronaviruses and then somehow inoculate bat populations against the strains that are dangerous to humans that they've already created in a lab. The way they propose to do that happens to have the distinct feature of the coronavirus that we know today outlined within those documents. At the same time, they are then the recipients of tens of millions of dollars in Pentagon money, specifically for the purpose of guarding against the creation of weapons of mass destruction. You follow all that? At the same time they're proposing creating more infectious diseases, they're supposed to be guarding the United States against more infectious diseases here at home. There's almost a poetic irony in the fact that the Wuhan Institute of Virology itself, which was so deeply tied to EcoHealth Alliance, very likely looks to be the origin itself of this entire outbreak. All of what I've outlined here today has been the result of Freedom of Information Act requests, leaks from investigative anonymous groups, and analysis from outside experts. We have done what we can from the outside, but it's not enough. Only Congress has the ability to show us what really happened at the Wuhan lab, or at the very least, unravel and reveal the dark web of intersecting alliances, funding, grant proposals, and more. The problem is, I suspect, we're looking at just the tip of the iceberg here. That if we look further, we may uncover all sorts of even more dangerous proposals, which actually were funded and which would disrupt the flow of millions of dollars to groups of scientists who say they are protecting us in our name, and they should be able to do whatever they want and get away with it. That's the thing, Crystal. You look at that thing, the fear and cleavage site, I mean, what else do you need?
Hey guys, thanks so much for watching.
That's right.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. I'm scared to talk about that because that's some scary shit. What I'll say is, you know, make up your own mind, do your own research on that shit. Damn it, I forgot what I was gonna say because I got some damn text. Fucking yeah. So all those connections. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. He said we need to get Congress to release the information. Man, good luck with that. What I'll say is what actually happened, we won't know for another 50 years or so. It's gonna come out eventually because they can't sit on this stuff forever. So it just, you know, but they, long as they can sit on it long enough to the moment has passed and people kind of, you know, still kind of not all emotional about it. And then it comes out. So that's, I think, what'll happen like 50 years from now. We'll find out what actually happened. Who's to say? But I don't know if you guys followed all of that shit. That was a whole lot of shit. And I'll be looking into that shit, but I can't talk about it here. So, but he talked about it a lot. So I'm not going to repeat any of the stuff he says either, because I might say it wrong. So, and that might be a problem for real, because YouTube ain't playing when it comes to this shit. So they're really serious. Anyways, I'm going to show something that backs that up, what I'm saying, because YouTube is not playing, bro. YouTube is not playing. Where's that shit at? Here it is.
On the heels of Germany's first major election, where outgoing Chancellor Angela Merkel's CDU party lost the parliamentary majority by a narrow margin, YouTube abruptly deleted 2 of RT's German-speaking channels. Alphabet, the parent company of Google and YouTube, cited violation of community guidelines and alleged the channels spread misinformation about COVID-19. Today, the Russian Foreign Ministry clapped back, saying the Federation would, quote, take retaliatory symmetrical measures against German media in Russia, according to TASS. So here to weigh in, our panel will discuss it, former UK MP George Galloway and investigative journalist and co-host of Boom Bust, Ben Swan. George, I gotta say, the timing of all of this seems odd to me. Angela Merkel is stepping down after 16 years. One of her final major accomplishments was seeing the Nord Stream 2 pipeline to completion against the calls from 2 U.S. presidents. Do you see any connection between this YouTube decision and Merkel's opposition party coming to power soon?
It could be a harbinger of things to come. It is quite likely that the Social Democrat, if he becomes the Chancellor of Germany, Herr Schulz, that the previous relationship between Germany and Russia may dip a little, maybe more than a little. I doubt if Schulz would have resisted the pressure of 2 U.S. presidents on the Nord Stream, but I don't have any evidence to prove that. It's just a gut feeling. Social Democrats are always more keen than conservatives to demonstrate their fidelity to the empire, if you like, and their hostility to countries like Russia and China. We'll see if that turns out to be true. But it is passing strange, you're right, that a country that braved all the pressure of Trump and Pompeo and then Biden and Blinken to complete the Nord Stream 2 package, then destroys media relations, at least between their country and Russia. Because although the Russian statement is symmetrical, I expect that there will be quite condign retaliation from Moscow for this, if only to discourage YouTube from doing it with other parts of RT's output.
Certainly. And Ben, I know this topic is one that hits close to home for you. Does this boil down to YouTube becoming a publisher? You and I talk about this all the time, rather than a platform. I mean, effectively, they're the arbiter of what's true, or the gatekeeper of information. I mean, how do their TOS, terms of service, how does that sit with you?
Yeah, well, it makes no sense at all. As you know, Manila, I have a YouTube channel that was just permanently deleted. I was banned from YouTube last week. Over 100 million views, 10 years worth of journalistic work, all taken off in a single day. And the reason for that is because YouTube states it's medical misinformation. That's what they're claiming, which I assume is the same claim they're making about these 2 channels out of RT, that it's medical misinformation. The problem is when you go to YouTube, as I did, and you say, so what specifically did I do that was medical misinformation? Because in my case, I can tell you, I quoted the CDC. By just publishing CDC numbers, that was considered medical misinformation. By the way, that was my 3rd strike. You get 3 strikes before they take you off. But the time before that was quoting the Journal of the American Medical Association and the German government, and they called that medical misinformation. So the problem is that when you appeal and you ask YouTube, wait a minute, what did I do that was misinformation? Certainly as a journalist, my job literally is to share data that comes from government sources. They don't respond to you. They won't tell you what you've done. They just say, we're getting rid of your channel. So I agree with George that I think what's happening here, because this isn't a German government decision, right? This is a YouTube decision. But the way you get to YouTube is because the Russian government knows it can't do anything to YouTube. But what it can do is if you punish the German government and you put pressure on them, the German government can then turn around to YouTube and say, hey, wait a minute. What are you doing? Because the decisions you're making are now impacting us, and so they can apply pressure that way. I think it's actually a pretty smart strategy.
And George, Margarita Simonian, the RT editor-in-chief, is not one to stand idly by as her company is effectively under attack. She's calling for some sort of sanctions and outright banning of Deutsche Welle, the German state-run channel in Russia. So would those measures be appropriate, or would this kind of further fan the flames?
Well, long life to her. I think she's a totally ferocious defender of RT, and that's what she's doing there. the Russian government will take perhaps a more considered view. I wish that everyone would take a step back here. There can be no justification for destroying the fifth largest source of news in Germany in this way. I'm shocked at what happened to Ben. We really have to have a proper, considered debate about who will guard the guards.
Yes.
Who rules the public square? And are you a publisher? I have myself, I'm not allowed legally to discuss it, but I have tested YouTube's determination that they are only, as it were, a billboard on which other people come and paste their posters and stuff, and they're not responsible for the content. Well, that cannot withstand any inspection. If you start banning people because of the political views that they are expressing, then you are a publisher. And with that privilege comes all the responsibilities of guarding the content that you are publishing and being responsible, held responsible legally for doing it.
Ben, real quickly here, I'm out of time, but Rumble, the Canadian video platform, is quickly growing in popularity. U.S. media has been quick to label it the conservative alternative to YouTube. Doesn't that effectively mean YouTube is the liberal platform then, if the argument is taken seriously? And aren't actions like silencing dissenting voices the reason Rumble is growing?
Yeah, YouTube is actually creating the opportunity for there to be competitors. Facebook's doing the same thing. Twitter's doing the same thing. They're actually creating the market space for a competitor. But one other point here, and that is that, you know, when Georgia's talking about the dissenting opinions and the opinions of others, but one thing that YouTube is doing is they're not even deleting opinions here. They're not deleting comedians. They're deleting journalists who simply cite data. And that's what's so damaging about this. It isn't an opinion. It's simply data. And if you remove data and the ability of journalists to be able to even look critically at any situation, COVID or anything else, you are destroying the ability of people to think. That is what YouTube is about. They are about banning thought, not just voices.
Spot on. Great analysis. Ben Swan, George Galloway, thank you both.
Yeah. So what do y'all think about all that? You know, YouTube, I think, is too strong, bro. It's too big. It needs to be what? It needs to be considered a utility or something. Something needs to give, you know. And a lot of these tech companies are too big. FBI, Google, Facebook, Google, they are, you know, too big. You know what I'm saying? So now we need to bust them up or something, regulate them in some kind of way, because they've already gotten to the point where they have too much power. You know, look at these pages that they deleted. They deleted the German. And, you know, I wonder if that has anything to do with Angela Merkel, because I'm probably going to go into that. Because if y'all know, Angela Merkel has been the chancellor of Germany for, 12 years, 16 years? I don't know, a good amount of time. And she lost an election just recently. And so they haven't been able to create a government yet. They're trying to create a coalition government, and they're working on that. So, but the thing is, Angela Merkel is on the conservative side, and it was like the liberals defeated her. And so it's kind of a big deal, because that means the liberals won over there in Germany. And like I said before, Germany influences the other areas in the region. So them going liberal could influence other countries around them. So it may sound like a small thing, but it's pretty significant. And so I wonder if you know, that happening, because what happened is YouTube deleted RT's German version. So RT was gonna give like news about Germany kind of from an outside perspective, because, you know, we don't get good information from our media from within our country. Most of our countries, our media pretty much lying to us on the major channels. So we go now, that's why everybody's on YouTube, because they looking for independent sources to find their information, because they trust it more than the media. So that's why you got RT, you know, really based out of Russia, but they are just a platform. The people who produce the content usually are the people in that country who couldn't produce that content in the country because their country is. A lot of them are really major as reporters and journalists who were fired from major publications. They had major jobs and they were too real and too true. They got fired from those jobs. It's quite a few names like that. If y'all don't know about the RT network, big names. And so, but these people, couldn't get a job no more in their country doing the news. So they just went to RT, but they still in their own country. They're just hosted by RT. That's what people don't understand. So people want to see the RT and think that it's Russia trying to manipulate that shit. These people are producing that content themselves. And they just use the RT network as a platform to be able to publish their stuff. So anyway, so YouTube has the power to delete this whole channel. And I think that it maybe had something to do with Germany turning liberal, because now, the news coming out of Germany is going to be all talking about the liberals have taken over and what they're doing and then what they're planning to do and stuff. And they know, like I say, they know that can influence other people. So I think they want to silence that, because in Germany itself, you're only going to get the state media stuff, which is going to be very conservative, and it's not going to be speaking the other side very much. So I think, again, that's significant. I really believe that's very significant. We have to pay attention to the details and the nuances of the way things happen, the critical points, the critical pivots. And that's what I'm trying to do with this channel, is I'm trying to teach you guys or help you guys dissect the information or dissect the news or whatever, and then help y'all find resources so that y'all can look stuff up, just ideas and the stuff to look up that you maybe wouldn't have thought of on your normal feed, because the stuff I show on my feed hopefully is stuff that you pretty much don't see very much, hopefully, because I show stuff from around the world, and I'll be trying to the videos always have a theme, and I have a perspective, and I have like an idea for you to read between the lines in the information, because some of the stuff I can't just say, I'm afraid to say, so I let the videos say it. And I don't always completely agree with whatever I'm playing in the videos. Definitely, it's all ideas and thoughts to get you, more active, more motivated, more aware, more educated. So YouTube is on that shit. Let's move on to Angela Merkel, because we talked about it. So let's go.
Hey, welcome back. I'm Rick Sanchez. It's a new era in German politics. Over the weekend, Germany's left-leaning Social Democrats beat out Angela Merkel's Christian Democratic Party. Social Democrats got 25% of the vote. Angela Merkel's party got about 24% of the vote. Tight. What does it mean in Germany? What does it mean globally? Places like Russia, the United States. Here with that is NRS correspondent Molly Barrows.
German voters made it clear they want change. It was the tightest race in years, ending the domination of the two main parties that have been in control until now, the SPD and CDU. But the numbers show voters are split on what that change will look like as the process begins to form a new government.
You have to see the results in the context of the whole legislative term, because it was characterized by a high level of volatility, especially with regards to support for CSU and CDU, and as well for the Greens.
The left-leaning Social Democratic Party won with more than 25% of the vote, a narrow victory over the conservative Christian Democratic Union, which came in with just over 24%. The SDP has been lagging behind the longtime leading party until recently.
And then at the start of 2020, the coronavirus arrived and support for the union went up. from less than 30% to almost 40% within 4 weeks. And it remained stable on that level for a long time until the start of this year, when again, within 4 weeks, support went into rapid decline. And I think that this volatility needs to be considered.
The Green Party made history with almost 15% of the vote, far less than what they hoped, but enough to carry some political weight into negotiations as they form a new government. The Green and the pro-business Free Democratic Party, which came in fourth, attracted the most support from those under 30. Not surprising in an election dominated by issues like climate change, digitalization, and modernizing Germany. While the Green Party showed voters are concerned about climate change, it's not yet known if they're really ready to pay the hefty cost of going green, especially if the influential FDP nixes tax hikes to pay for it. World reaction was fairly consistent. U.S. President Joe Biden said the results were solid, while France praised the vote as a victory for stability, something the U.K. also favors since Germany is an important trade partner. Russia also hopes the results will mean continuity in its ties with Germany. The election ends Angela Merkel's 16 years as German chancellor, but her successor won't be decided until a coalition deal for a new government is negotiated. With no clear direction among voters, the leading Social Democrats Party is pushing for a quick agreement. The longer it takes to reach one, the longer the uncertainty regarding post-election policy setting. But experts say due to relatively good consensus among parties on major European and other economic
Yeah, basically the stuff I was telling y'all, you know, like I say, I really believe that that stuff is significant, you guys. So I want, you know, I hope, you know, my idea is that you guys, that hopefully I can influence you guys to pay more attention to stuff like that that's going on around the world, because it matters. It matters. It matters. All the stuff is connected. The France, Australia, the UK, the United States, China. You could throw Russia in there. Iran. That's kind of scary. You could throw that in there. So yeah, there's things going on there, and then it's always Israel and whatever they're trying to do over there. So like I say, you have oh man, Brazil and Colombia and the Central America, bruh. So, but that's kind of different over there with Venezuela and all of that, I guess. So that's kind of separate, because you have the European powers kind of like, or whatever, and their little drama. You know, I like to say that the World War I and World War II were European civil wars, is what they really was. And they teach us about the damn World War I and World War II to death here in the United States. I'm sure they do in Germany and France and Europe, and I'm sure they do. But other places in the world don't look at that like that. Like Africa, countries in Africa, so forth and so on. You know, they were affected by World War I and World War II, but they didn't look at like they were involved. Like it was like I say, that it's a European. It was like the White People War or whatever, Eastern European War, European Civil War. And they call it a world war, but not everybody was involved. Not all the countries of the world was involved in this war. So how can you call it a world war? I mean, they fought it in different places in the world, but it wasn't all around the world. There was plenty of places never saw any combat, wasn't involved at all. You know, that's the reason why these perspectives on history that they don't really teach, because it's the nationality stuff, the nationalism stuff. You know, each country wants to tell you their perspective that makes it looks them that they look the best, and they leave out the rest of the information. And then you got the European countries that kind of gang together and make everything look even bigger because they all agree on it. So now it's official with a stamp. And everybody, because even the United Nations, a lot of people don't take it serious because, again, it's the European countries. Mostly. So y'all have to understand that the world is bigger than Europe and the United States and Australia. There's other countries in the world, y'all, by the way. There's other places on the map, by the way. Let's play the other part of Angela Merkel.
This Sunday will mark the end of a political era in Germany when elections take place for a new leader to replace Angela Merkel as Chancellor after 16 years. A whole generation of young Germans have known no other leader, and one of the big issues of the election campaign has been climate change, with activists holding big rallies in cities across the country. Our Europe editor Katya Adler reports now on the campaign to succeed Mrs. Merkel.
Relaxing on a Friday evening after 16 years at the helm of the EU's most powerful country, Angela Merkel is relieved perhaps that it's almost all over. The migrant crisis, the euro crisis, 4 US presidents, 5 UK prime ministers, 100 EU summits and more during her time in office. Hers will be a tough act to follow at home and on the world stage. Many Germans say they'll miss the stoic, pragmatic politician nicknamed Mummy.
Merkel is going to be strongly missed. I think so.
I will miss Merkel very much.
Because?
Because I'm a fan of her.
Yeah. I think it will be very hard for every candidate who comes next or the next chancellor to fulfill this role, because there will always be this comparison to Merkel.
And at EU HQ in Brussels, there'll also be a big Merkel-sized hole.
On the global landscape, I mean, it really matters. And, I think Merkel was a very, very well-respected leader. So everybody's looking at, who's going to follow in her footsteps.
Of course, there's the potential for Germany to take a dramatic new direction after 16 years of Angela Merkel, and that would be felt here and abroad. This is the EU's most influential country. But in the end, most Germans are stability hungry. And so the calls for radical change, while loud, are limited. What we're probably looking at here is change, but with a small c.
This is the front runner to replace Angela Merkel, a centrist social democrat, currently Germany's finance minister, seen as a safe pair of hands. His closest rival is a Europhile conservative from Angela Merkel's CDU party. And the Green Party candidate is tipped to win a powerful position in the next German government. The environment is a big issue in Sunday's election, and in crowds like these you find a fair few Merkel critics.
No justice! No peace!
Tens of thousands gathered in front of the German parliament today, demanding change and accusing Chancellor Merkel of failing to prepare Germany for the challenging future ahead. But climate concerns are now for the in-tray of Angela Merkel's successor. This photo went viral this week after she visited a bird sanctuary, appearing far more relaxed than usual. The Merkel era in German politics is drawing to a close. Katya Adler, BBC News, Berlin.
Yep. You see those chicks earlier in the early part of the video? They really love her. They really loved her over there. And, her face has been like all over the world for a long time now. Being a chancellor of Germany is a pretty powerful position. Like I say, they have a lot of influence in the region and also around the world. They really do. Germany, a lot of people don't realize that, they get a bad rep. They get a bad rep because of Hitler. But those people are really good at a lot of things, and they're pretty progressive too. I would say they're more progressive. They're much more progressive than the United States. And I would say they're more progressive than other places like I don't know. France is pretty progressive, so I don't know. Whatever. The German people get a bad rep. They're way more progressive and thoughtful and politically astute than people want to give them credit for. And they're not bad people. So, but that's what happens when you get taught that nationalist point of view on history. And a lot of countries, especially over here in the United States, we're taught about the Holocaust over and over and over and over and over again. Huge Holocaust museum in like every city. You know, we're taught about it in elementary school. We taught about it in middle school, high school. We taught about it in college. Yep. We all know all about it. We know a lot about that. Like, we might not really understand what was happening in the World War II. We probably, because even though we are taught about World War II a lot, we probably, because we're taught about bits and pieces at a time, and then they focus on a certain battle, and they focus on this, and they focus on that. So they don't give the people like a good. You have to really study, and it's a lot to study, because I still study World War II, and I look back at it all the time, because every time I look back at it, there's more information. It's so much information, and a lot of people don't understand that wasn't that long ago. There's video and audio, pictures. You can dig through that shit and really know what the hell. Well, not really know, but have a good idea of what the hell was really happening, and not really what they were saying in the history books per se. There's a lot of information out there, and if you want to understand the state of the the world today, you have to go back to World War II, because the shape, let's say, the political world, not just the political world, but the countries, like where the borders are, a lot of them. I mean, a lot of the borders were set before that, but World War II set up the modern world, like where the modern borders are, which are the big players of the world, and, geopolitics. It set up how things are. Now, things have progressed a bit. Some of the things have changed is that China is like a big player now. That's one of the things that have changed. I would say Australia is more important now. Than they were in World War II, and a couple other things. But as far as the overall, the way the world looks, the borders, which countries are like kind of developed and which ones aren't, and all that shit was kind of set up with the end of World War II, the Treaty of Versailles, and all that. Even the way we look at Germany, like I say, and Germany having to pay all that money, and they still was able to pull through. So, anyways, I think I went on a bit of a tangent there. I kind of lost myself. What the hell was what was my overall point, you guys? I think just the significance of Germany and the geopolitics. Yeah, that was the point. I want to play some random shit now just to lighten up, because that is kind of heavy and all like dry and kind of specific too. And I know a lot of people feel like I say that this stuff doesn't affect them, but it does. It does. Check this out. I guess you can call this light, but check it out.
This is Channel 9 Eyewitness News at 6. Coverage you can count on.
All new at 6.
From here, it looks like a waffle.
Yeah, it does. I thought it was a car. A sergeant with the Orange County Sheriff's Office could lose his job over a wrongful arrest after he said this convicted felon was carrying a concealed weapon.
How is that carrying a concealed weapon? It's not even a weapon. It's for less lethal purposes.
The Sheriff's Office has given notice it intends to fire Sergeant Keith Fiddler for what it says was abuse of power. Good evening, I'm Greg Wormuth.
I'm Vanessa Eccles. Sergeant Fiddler is a 30-year veteran law enforcement officer who pulled people to safety during the Pulse nightclub attack. But an internal investigation shows during a traffic stop, he targeted a registered sex offender who has a history of arrests for impersonating a police officer. Channel 9's Jeff Deal is live now at the Sheriff's Office. And Jeff, these two men knew each other?
It did seem that way on the body camera footage released by the sheriff's office. They called each other by name, and initially the sergeant seemed most concerned about this convicted felon carrying what he thought was a firearm. Turns out it wasn't actually a firearm, but a non-lethal weapon called a pepper ball gun. But the sticking point now seems to be that even after making that discovery, the sergeant arrested him for something else. There is no doubt Jeremy DeWitt has been a controversial figure.
And these guys since 2014 have been harassing us.
The registered sex offender has been outspoken and been arrested several times for impersonating a police officer working for his company, Metro State Vehicle Protection Services. In fact, he was just sentenced last week to 18 months in prison as part of a plea deal. But it was his encounter during a traffic stop this past March
Do not reach for that firearm. You hear me?
that now has an Orange County Sheriff's Office Sergeant Keith Vidler facing termination. On body camera footage, Vidler appears concerned about what he says he believes is a firearm that would be illegal for a felon like DeWitt to carry.
You're being secure because you're openly carrying a firearm.
It turned out that firearm was actually a non-lethal pepper ball gun.
You know it's a pepper ball. Stop it, man.
But that didn't stop Vidler from making an arrest.
All right, Jeremy, being arrested for carrying a concealed weapon. Concealed? It was in plain view.
A sheriff's office internal investigation found the pepper ball weapon was in plain view and not concealed, and DeWitt should have been released. Investigators determined the arrest was an abuse of power. Some in the community, though, have launched a GoFundMe page supporting Vidler and a corporal who was suspended in the same case, claiming the sheriff's office targeted them. We caught up with Vidler to try to get his side of the story, but he declined to comment because he said it's against department policy.
As far as commenting or anything, I can't because I'm not officially terminated. Now, when I'm officially terminated, then I can talk all day long, but until that point, I can't.
Now, Sergeant Vidler has appealed. He has a hearing here at the sheriff's office on Friday. If that appeal is unsuccessful, he does have one other possible appeal he could go for to try to get his job back. Reporting live at the Orange County Sheriff's Office, Jeff Deal, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
Yeah. So what y'all think about?
This is Channel 9.
My bad. What y'all think about that? That dude has a background story. You know, like they were saying in the video how they knew each other, but that dude has like there's quite a few videos of this guy floating around and him bumping heads with the police, and I think it's like the same police. So I don't know if he be antagonizing them or something. I'm not sure, because like when the guy pulled him over, he already knew who he was. And that's the reason why he was like convicted felon, because that's what I thought was really weird about the video. It caught my eye because how is this guy's talking about, oh, it's a convicted felon with a weapon. And it's like, how does this guy know he's a convicted felon? Like, just from looking at this guy, like, you know, that's what I thought was weird. So, well, he knows this because he knows the guy. And so that's the reason why he pulled him over too, because he knew him and he saw him driving around. And then he's talking about concealed weapon, but he saw the weapon. That's the reason why he pulled him over in the first place. And it wasn't even a gun and all of this. And then was wishing that the guy would have flinched so he could bust some shots in him. So, you know, I mean, there's a quote that says, in some stories, there's no good guys. You know what I'm saying? In some stories, there's no good guys, bro. So you look at both sides of this story and everybody was wrong. A lot of people was wrong. The cop was wrong. And I think he do deserve to be fired. But at the same time, the other guy, he, you know, I think you can look up videos of him having other altercations with them. So I think he was kind of antagonizing them, you know. But it's not a good idea to antagonize the police. But at the same time, the police need to be able to stay within the confines of the law, right? If we are citizens, we're supposed to abide by the law, then we expect, you know, the ones that enforce the law, even though it's not really the cops who enforce the law. But let's say hypothetically the cops enforce the law, they should be following the law even more closely to the letter to set the example for everyone else, right? But it seems like the opposite. It seems like, you know, hey, I'm the cop. I can do whatever the hell I want to. I'm above the law. Y'all check this little video out. I thought it was interesting. I think that the movie Black Panther had some good effects that are not easily seen. And I think that the movie Black Panther could have led to this right here, this little video I'm about to show y'all, in a roundabout kind of way. Because in the movie there was a scene where they were in the museum, and the guy was like, "This is stolen. This is ours," and he stole it out of the library, out of the museum, and he said this was ours. And you know, they said that it came from his hometown, his home, you know, where his home country, where he was born, his native land. But it was in a museum. And so that's one of the conflicts that they're talking about a lot of right now in the like the museum type circles, National Geographic type circles, you know, anthropology. That's the stuff I do. So in those circles right now, there's some buzz about the, let's say, the efficacy of museums, like, you know, how fair is it? Basically, I'm looking for the right words, but I can't find them. But basically what it is it fair that these museums hold these artifacts from these countries, their home countries, the people's, and then how did these museums come about, these items? You know, were they originally stolen? Even if the museum didn't steal it, maybe somebody else stole it and somehow and donated it to the museum. So, but at that point, does the museum really have fair ownership of it, or because we're aware that it was stolen, should it be returned to its rightful owners or the descendants of the rightful owners? You know, that's part of the argument, and a lot of these museums are full of artifacts that got there in mysterious ways, if you will. So the huge part of this is that if they really went down that road, then these museums will be half empty, and they're gonna have a hard time putting stuff in there, and it's gonna cost. Now it's gonna be more expensive to have these museums, because, you know, most museums are donations, right? They're public goods or whatever. It's not usually not like a private place that makes money, really. They usually work off of donations. So that's the thing, though. So what do y'all think about that? Should the museums hold all these artifacts from like Africa, different places around the world? And those people where those artifacts came from are like, hey, that's our stuff. Can y'all give it back? And the museum's like, well, technically it's ours. We've owned it since like a couple hundred years and shit, or whatever, or maybe however long it's been. The people are like, well, that may be true, but we could prove that it came from here and this is our stuff, and we really kind of want it back. We don't really want it on display in the museum like that. Or if we want to put it in our own museum, we want to create a museum to put our own stuff in, so that we can have people travel around the world and come to our native land to see the real stuff and where it came from, and see it in a museum or whatever, instead of having to go to Paris, London, New York, Houston, LA. Do y'all even know what I'm talking about? I sound like such a nerd, don't I? Anyways, here's the video.
It is a simple tablet made of clay, incised with the script of a long extinct language. But this 3,500-year-old artifact is beyond priceless. It is a fragment of the Epic of Gilgamesh, a work of literature written more than 1,000 years before the poems of Homer. Stolen decades ago from Iraq, the tablet was formally returned on Thursday.
Returning the Iraqi artifacts for me means restoring self-esteem and confidence in Iraqi society.
Following the first U.S.-led war against Iraq in 1991, Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein temporarily lost his iron grip. Museums were looted and priceless objects stolen.
The looting of the museum hit us in our core because our history is really important to us. Our history is what makes us. We're an old country. In fact, I can say we're the oldest country.
In 2014, the tablet was bought for $1.6 million by the wealthy fundamentalist Christian who was building a museum of the Bible in Washington, D.C. The fragment was seized by U.S. government authorities in 2019.
Fake documentation led to its resale and transport to other countries, only to have it returned to the U.S., where an auction house facilitated its sale for $1.6 million.
The head of the UN's cultural organization says the repatriation of the Gilgamesh tablet sends a message.
This ceremony here is also a welcome warning to the smugglers and looters of this world, to those who use conflicts to steal and to traffic cultural heritage, participating in the destruction of cultural diversity.
The epic itself is written as if recounting a dream, telling the deeds of the hero Gilgamesh, his contests with beasts and gods. Gilgamesh sought the secret of immortality, but in the end, the hero learns a hard truth. What you seek, you shall never find, the text says, for when the gods made man, they kept immortality for themselves. Rob Reynolds, Al Jazeera.
So, after all that nerdy shit I said before I play the video, does it make any sense now after watching that video? Like, so the artifact was probably during the Iraq War, apparently, from what they're saying. Hey, I could be totally wrong, you guys, but let's speculate. I'm speculating here. During the Iraq War, some people like stole the artifact and changed hands, ends up in United States, and then whatever, the FBI or whatever, somebody stepped in. So that's why I say it's political, because otherwise, this doesn't happen. This is not a normal thing to happen. Normally, the artifact, it wouldn't come up. Basically, it wouldn't come up. It wouldn't come up. So somehow it came up, and people, the FBI, whatever they said in the video, seized it, and now they're giving it back to Iraq. Like, again, that this is not a normal thing that happens. So, but what I'm saying is, though, what I was saying about the movie is that maybe the movie that movie, call me crazy, but maybe that movie could have influenced this a bit, maybe it was already kind of going in this direction, and that's the reason why it was in the movie, chicken or the egg. So whatever, but it's an interesting thing. I think that it's going in that direction. I think that they should do this more. They have a whole bunch of African artifacts. They got a whole bunch of Native American artifacts. The Native Americans be mad all the time at them, and they be fighting with them all the time with the remains, a lot of times with the human remains, because see, the scientists want to look at the remains and study the DNA and so forth and so on. But the Native Americans are like, bruh, our ancestors put them in the ground for a reason, not for y'all to dig them back up. Like, that's sacrilegious, that's disrespectful to the to the spirit, to the energy, to the soul of that person. You know what I'm saying? That to disturb them like that and dig them up and start fiddling with them and shit. And the Native Americans don't like that shit at all. They like, leave it be. And one of them, they dug up something one time. I can't think of the name of it right now because I don't want to say the name because I'm going to say it wrong. But they dug him up, the scientists, and then they was looking at him, and then they discovered that it was like one of the oldest specimens here in North America, like ever found. And the Native Americans was like, hey, that's one of us. So no, we're not with this all this testing and shit. Put them back in the ground where you fucking found them. And they sued them and forced them to put them back in the ground where they found them. They had to do that. They had to do that. The law made them do it. So, and I agree with them. I mean, I'm an archaeologist. I'm an anthropologist. We like to study, but I feel like you need to study what's available. Don't disturb shit. They just opened up a tomb, another Egyptian sarcophagus recently, because I saw that on my timeline. They found a new. It's pristine too. I didn't watch the video, but I saw the clips. I saw the images of them opening it, and it was all untouched. It looked pristine. It looked fake. It was so perfect. It looked like how it would be in a movie, even better than it would be in the movie. So anyway, so they just discovered that shit. I think they need to leave that shit alone. Like I say, it's disrespectful. How would you feel if somebody dug up your grandma's grave right now? Your great-great-grandma's grave right now. They was like, hey, we want to study some stuff. So yeah, we want to go dig up your great-great-grandma and do some testing on the body and all this for DNA and all that and that and this, that, and that, and the other. How would you feel about that? I think a lot of y'all out there would have a problem with it. I would. I don't believe in burials anyways. I think that is not the best way. The cemeteries, what's going to happen in the future? We're going to have cemeteries. This is another thing I wish people would think about. Think about history, right? Let's just say the history of the United States. History of the United States only. Number of people dead. Number of people died who were buried. Think about World War II, World War I. All the people who died. It's 2021. 2021. Let's go back to, I don't know. Let's just go back to 1700. So let's say 1800. Between 1800 and 2021, all the people who died, and most of them were buried in cemeteries. Where the hell are all these damn cemeteries, y'all? What is the numbers on that? I know that's millions and millions of people, bro. There are a lot of cemeteries. I drive around Houston. We got a good number of them here. But come on, you guys, do the math on that. Does that really make sense? And as time keeps going on into the future, right? If you think about this logically, at some point, everywhere is going to be a cemetery. If you logically think about this, that they're actually burying everybody and they're putting them in these plots, and they're not putting people on top of plots, that old plots where other people were buried, because there's already headstones or whatever. So now I'm not going to talk about headstone moving. We're not talking about that, or stacking people. We're not talking about that. We're saying everything is legit and each person has a plot. Does that make sense? Does it make sense what I'm saying? What I'm saying is one day we will run out of space. So like, it's not sustainable. It's not a good way to do it. We have other ways to do it. And I think what that is how we worship ourselves and try to live forever. They talked about that a bit in the Gilgamesh. We want to live forever. So, and I think that these cemeteries, we do them selfishly for us. The people are gone. It's kind of like us holding on to them, you know? I think we're trying to hold on to them, and then that makes the pain even more, you know? I think that when people go, you have to let them go, you know? You could think about them, that's fine. You could talk to them still. But we don't need these headstones. We don't need these cemeteries. We don't need this physical attachment to them when they're not physically here anymore. And I just think that's crazy. It's a spiritual thing. I think that we attach we're, to others, and we selfish, and with the funerals are a whole selfish endeavor. I don't really like funerals at all. I think we should do that totally different. It's a morbid ass thing. I took a class about it, and we was learning about, what was it called? Ritual funerals and death rituals of Greece, ancient Greeks, or something like that. But we talked about that, but we also talked about it all around the world and compared them. So anyways, super interesting class. I learned a whole lot. And what I learned from that class is that people just follow traditions. That's what they do. They follow what their grandparents did, and they just do it just because of that. And it don't be because that it was a good idea in the first place. And at some point, maybe it was. Maybe they had some kind of good reason for doing whatever. And then, but mostly what I learned from that class was it's all about us, the living, and us trying to deal with the death. So the whole funeral and the whole ritual is about us. So, but again, that's why I say it's pretty damn selfish. The person is gone, they've passed on, and now we're all on our self-pity trip. They're the ones who died, man. They're the ones who no longer here, bro. Just try to sympathize with that thought and use their memory to help you in your life. Don't get caught up in that, and that's what's happening around the world right now with this corona. Everybody is so scared of everything, and at the end of the day, what I'll say is, I've been trying not to hold my tongue. I've been holding my tongue on this channel. I've been holding back because I don't want to offend people, but I'm starting to get tired of that. I do say what I feel. I'm always 100 with y'all, but what I'm saying is sometimes I don't get as grimy with it, as gutta, as the raw truth, because it's hard. So what was I saying about death? Oh yeah, we shouldn't be afraid of death. We shouldn't fear death. We wasn't put here to be afraid of death. What religion do you have? What do you believe in? Where does it say in there for you to be afraid of dying? It's a natural thing. Death is a part of life, is the way I look at it. And then we have a cycle, we have a natural cycle. And I think that living forever will be hell. So that's the reason why we don't live forever, because God created us perfect. So we have a life cycle. That way we can enjoy life. That way we can appreciate the moments. We can appreciate the breath. We only have a certain number of them. We can appreciate the flowers, the way they smell. We can appreciate our company that we have, the connections that we make. I think about the meaning of life really heavy, like why we're here. I think about heavy ass thoughts like that all the time. And like the really smart people, what they say is, at the end of the day, you create meaning with the connections that you make with others. And I want you guys to think about that, because then what they're saying is that what really matters, the only thing that really matters is what connections we made while we was alive throughout our life. Because we touch others and we affect them, and it has an impact on their life, the trajectory and everything. We can have a positive impact, we can have a negative impact, we can have a neutral impact. They can become a super intricate part of our lives or just a small part. But even if we're just bumped into them on the elevator one time in our life, that affected their life. It changes their trajectory. It changed everything for them. You affected them. Your existence is the resistance. Your existence is all you're supposed to do. That's it. And be you, and be the best you that you can be, because when you move around through the world, if you're doing what you're supposed to do, then you're going to have positive influences on countless people throughout your life. And that'll be seeds that'll be planted, that'll bear fruit later for others. Like what is Confucius, I don't know, Chinese, Japanese, one of them sayings where they say the man who builds the tree that he'll never feel the shade is a wise man, blessed man, spiritual man, wise man. I don't know, something like that. And so, but anyways, the idea is creating something that you can't benefit from yourself, that you are leaving for others, like your child, your lineage, your son, your daughter, or not even your relatives, anyone. They can eat the apple off the tree. And you imagine this. You imagine that someone eating the apple off of this tree that you planted. And this tree won't bear fruit until after you die. But you're going to take care of this tree you planted. And you feed it and you take care of it. And you make sure that it's going to be good after you go. You know what I'm saying? You let everybody know, don't fuck with this damn tree. And the tree grows and the tree bears fruit. And it was something you imagined when you was alive, and it bears the fruit after you go. Can you imagine that thought? Is that not great? Is that not great? Someone under the shade, under that tree, enjoying the shade. You was imagining that? Someone building a hammock, using that tree and enjoying that cool afternoon with the iced tea and a great book with nice company. You imagined that and you created it, even though it wasn't going to happen until you're not even here no more. Not even, you can't even get to enjoy it. But you enjoyed the thought. You enjoyed your imagination. You enjoyed your creation. You enjoyed the idea of it happening. And that's my spirituality for today, if y'all can understand that. Because it's kind of like, they have those it was the Japanese things that I used to read all the time. And it was like the parables. And you would read them and it didn't make sense. It would be something like, to know who you are is to not know. Or something like that. And you'd be like, that's gibberish. That don't make no sense. And all of them were like that. It was just like that. But then after you keep reading them, you start getting it. It does start making sense. Because like people, like, here's one. The man who knows most is the man who knows he knows nothing at all. You're like, really? Well, people who don't know a lot of things, they walk around talking about they know. And people who do know a lot of things walk around saying they don't know. Basically, that's how it goes. Because the intelligent person knows that it's so much knowledge in the world that the bit that they've gained is just a fraction of what's out there. And they know that. They're acutely aware of their lack of knowledge. The person who's not as educated or intelligent, or however you want to look at it, haven't read as many books, they aren't aware of how ignorant they are. They aren't aware of how unaware they are. Therefore, they walk around the world talking about I know, and they're all confident. So people who know a lot of stuff, they're not as confident. And people who don't know a lot of stuff, they tend to be more confident. That's just the way it goes. And so that's what that quote means about, I know, like I say it all the time. I know I don't know. I don't know shit. That's how I say it. I don't know shit. I know I don't know shit. You know what I'm saying? And once you get to the point where you can actually say that, then you'll know you'll be at the level where I am, and to you need to have read a bunch of books and shit to get there. Trust, because you're not going to have the confidence to say that. You know what I'm saying? So, cause see me, y'all can say whatever you want to about me or whatever, but I'm comfortable speaking my knowledge in front of whoever. And I know that there's people in the crowd that knows things more than me, knows more stuff than me. Lots of people in the crowd that know more stuff than me. But when I speak, I try to be confident in what I am speaking about. What I mean is that I try to stay away from subjects that I don't know much about. If I don't know much about the subject, I'm going to skim over it. I'm going to dabble at it, and I'm going to say I'm speculating and all of this stuff. But the subjects that I've thought about heavily, the subjects that I've read about, some areas that you could say, I ain't gonna say I'm expert in anything, but there's some areas where I've spent a good amount of time in, and I can feel really confident no matter who's in the crowd, because the people I know, because of what I know, the people in the crowd are gonna, if they know the stuff that I'm talking about, then they're gonna agree with me for the most part as far as the information, because information is information. It's black and white. You can't really just because it's coming out of my mouth doesn't make it any different. It's coming out of the dude's mouth that's in the audience. We're both gonna say the exact same thing when it comes to the information, because if we both know what the fuck it is. Does that make any sense, y'all? Oh, that was my rant 2 for today. Where are we gonna go? I'm not gonna play the Israeli video because I was gonna play that for Pat if he was here, but he's not here. The Gabby Petito stuff, really interesting. I think I might play that. Hold on, let me see. I got a whole shit ton of shit. I think I'm ready for my Friday show. I think we'll stay on for the racial shit for now because I might save that. Oh, Poland. Let's see this.
Poland is pushing migrants back across the border into Belarus in contravention of its international obligations. That's according to Amnesty International, which says a group of 32 Afghan migrants stuck at the border since August were forced back into Belarus by Polish border guards. The EU accuses President Lukashenko of sending thousands of migrants towards its borders to try to sow division in the Union. Well, Poland, Latvia and Lithuania have all declared a state of emergency. Poland has already bolstered its border guards and laid more than 150 kilometres of barbed wire coils along its border. Lithuania, too, is strengthening its border with Belarus and is in the process of building a 4-metre-high metal fence. Some people still make it over these physical borders, and Amnesty says Poland is pushing them back. Amnesty says this is illegal.
Forcing people back who are trying to claim asylum without an individual assessment of their protection needs is against European and international law. So Poland has an obligation to assess these people and see what their needs are and if they need to be given refugee status in Poland.
Jacek Saryusz-Wolski is an MEP from the governing Law and Justice Party of Poland and a former Europe minister. He talked to me from Brussels and said the migrants are what he called fake asylum seekers.
They are brought by specially chartered planes from Baghdad and some other places, not from Afghanistan, by the way. They pay for the trip $10,000 to $15,000 to smugglers. They are put into 4-star hotels in Minsk, and then they are transported at the border by Belarusian services and dressed up in green Belarus military uniforms.
And why do you believe Belarus is doing this?
It is a concerted action, jointly prepared by Russia and Belarus, invented already 10 years ago under the Special Secret Services operation, which was revealed by journalists. It is a hybrid attack. That's how Poland interprets that. And this interpretation is being confirmed and repeated by European Commission and Commissioner Ylva Johansson. So it is a hybrid war, and Poland is not allowing them in, fulfilling the obligations of Polish and EU law, and not pushing them back, as falsely claims Amnesty International, repeating Belarusian and Russian propaganda lies. Can we just clarify,
this hybrid attack that you're referring to from Belarus and Russia, is this also a view shared by the European Commission?
Yes. They say it is a hybrid attack. These are the words of Commissioner Ylva Johansson.
Poland is a signatory to the law that says that you can claim asylum anywhere. EU member states say that you must be able to claim asylum at your first place of safety. Amnesty says that Poland is clearly breaking the law here by pushing these migrants back. What do you say to that?
This is false. They arrive with tourist visas from Belarus at their invitation. So they are not migrants, they are not refugees, they are not asylum seekers, they are fake migrants, provocators, being used to have this hybrid war attack against Poland and EU at the same time. European Commission stands behind Poland on that.
So, first off, I'm going to say I don't know that much about that region in the world. I ain't going to lie. That area of the world right there, I really want to learn more about outside of Russia, like right outside of Russia, because a lot of those countries are new. Like I was saying earlier about World War II. I don't know. Is Poland one of them? Poland could be one of them. But there's a whole bunch of countries that are new that were born after World War II. Not maybe some of them wasn't directly after World War II, some of them gradually after World War II, because when Russia later on, when the USSR kind of collapsed, you know, it lost a good amount of its territory, and those areas became countries of their own. They all became independent, different little countries. And those particular countries, I am not the Slovakias and the Turkestan, and I don't even know the names of them. I ain't gonna lie to you. But anyways, what I do understand about that story is about the migrants. And what the thing is, though, what it seems like, the reason why it's kind of continuation from yesterday, the whole thing about the migrants, how people, the different countries, the fake ass borders and shit. So they pushed they were illegal migrants. They pushed them back, hey, no, y'all can't come over here for whatever fucking reason. We not cool with y'all coming over here. Y'all niggas go back over there. We not cool with y'all stuff. That's what I do understand. And I do understand also that this is related to kind of like geopolitics that could like related to, because they were saying skirmish or even like a war type stuff. So what if they use weapons? Did people die? I didn't hear that if they said that, but I do understand how there's tensions over there. Some of the tensions I do understand is related to Russia, losing those territories. Like I said, it's because they were trying to annex Crimea. Did they go through with that? Did Crimea become a part of Russia? Can y'all put that in the comments? I forgot. So, but I know that Russia wants to get some or all of that territory back that they lost, because they still feel like that's Russia, and there are populations of people in those areas that do identify with Russia, but there are also people in those areas that identify with the nation, that they're in. So it's super complex, and it would take military action for those things to change. And that could be something that's developing or could develop in the future. And those little skirmishes sometimes are flashpoints or details, or you know what I'm saying, the nuance, like I say, the sparks, the stuff that lead into the bigger stuff. That was a lot. It's kind of hard for me to get off. So inmates, I got a situation with inmates 2 times. Let's go.
Living in America as a black person, you recognize there is one set of laws for you and one set of laws for those, especially in the white community. In our book, Passive Aggressive Racism in the System of White Supremacy, I take you through times in my life when I first started noticing white supremacy. We teach you how to recognize it, identify it, and also counter it in our book. This book is a beginner's course for those that are just starting to wake up and open their eyes to see the system of white supremacy. As a black American person, you must understand this system, because this system is life or death to you. How you handle it, how you deal with it, it can affect your mental health if you don't understand this system. Pick up our book, Passive Aggressive Racism and the System of White Supremacy, today on Amazon.
Hello everyone, it's me, Demetra K of the Demetra K Show here on YouTube, and a proud contributor of the African Diaspora News Channel and the African Diaspora News Insider. If you could please do me a favor and subscribe to all channels and like this video, I would greatly appreciate it. So just the other day, an inmate by the name of Kenneth Gleason was found dead in his jail cell in Angola prison in Louisiana. Now, he was sentenced to second-degree murder charges for killing 2 black men. Actually, he ambushed black men in 2017, Donald Smart and Bruce Cofield. And so he also shot into the home of a black family. So for the lack of better words, he was a known white supremacist. So anyway, he was sentenced to Angola to start serving his sentence, and he was found hung in his jail cell. Now, the guard said that he was the only one in the cell because the inmates were going through a 14-day quarantine due to COVID, right? That's, I guess, the new protocol for new inmates to make sure they don't have it. So anyway, his lawyer is saying, no, I don't believe that's the case. I believe there's some foul play. I believe something happened to him, and it wasn't by his own hands because the prison ruled it to be a suicide. And so I will say this, I mean, to his lawyer, he went around killing black people, and now all of a sudden you're mad because somebody may have done something to him. I mean, I don't get it. It sounds like to me, ultimate justice was served. I don't know. Y'all tell me. So anyway,
I don't believe in justice like that. I don't believe in that kind of justice, An eye for an eye leaves the world blind. Sometimes, people need to pay. There is sometimes. So who knows? Maybe there was a time. It could have been personal, right? What if it was someone in there who knew the people or whatever? They, sometimes it's personal. It's like, it's really hard to stop that guy, right? If it was his brother or dad or something, yeah. He was like, yeah, I'm finna get him. I don't give a damn what anybody got to say. It would be hard to stop that guy. But like I say, I don't condone that type of stuff. But what people do have to understand that the racial shit is real, and pretending that it doesn't exist doesn't make it go away. As a matter of fact, it makes it worse. It makes it fester. So when people be talking about race is racist. No, it's not. Talking about race is exactly what we need to be talking about, because y'all know y'all talk about it at home. Y'all know y'all talk about it at home. Y'all come in public and because it's not approved, right? We're not supposed to talk about politics, race. We're not supposed to talk about religion in public. It's impolite. But I believe that that's a huge issue. And that's the reason why a lot of things are the way that they are. I think it's the opposite is true. I think we need to talk about race in public. We need to talk about politics in public. We need to talk about religion, spirituality in public. Why not? Why not? Y'all can't be mature enough to have these conversations without stabbing somebody, shooting somebody, or whatever. How come we can't disagree to disagree? And how come we can't have these conversations, bro, without getting all super emotional? We're trained to be all emotional. But at home, like I say, like race is the easiest one to talk about in public, because y'all talk about it at home all the time. I know you do. If you live in the United States, I don't know everybody in the rest of the world, but if you live in the United States, I know you talk about race at home, because this is a racist ass country. So race comes up in conversation just casually. In other places in the world, they don't talk about black, white, Mexican, and all this. They don't use those terms. So like I'm telling y'all, you talk about it at home. So y'all need to be able to talk about it in public so that we can get through this, so we can get better, so we can improve. If we can talk about it, laugh about it, cry about it, we can move forward. Y'all keep saying, it's racist to talk about race. They banned critical race theory in schools that they ain't even teaching it in, because they're so scared to talk about this shit. We need to talk about it. Why y'all so scared?
It was a gruesome scene inside the Litoral Penitentiary in Ecuador's largest city, Guayaquil. Police confirmed they'd found more than 100 bodies of inmates, 6 of them beheaded. At least 50 were injured, 2 of them police officers. While desperate relatives surrounded the prison outside, President Guillermo Lasso met with his Security Council and declared a state of emergency in the country's entire penitentiary system.
We want justice, Mr. President. At least show your face for all the mothers who suffer here for our children.
We want information because we don't know anything about our families or our children. Because I have a son here. I don't know anything about my son.
Inside the prison, there were machine guns, explosives, knives, a full arsenal, as two rival drug gangs, the Los Lobos and Los Choneros, fought it out. The riots began Tuesday, but they weren't the first. At least 220 people have died behind bars this year in two separate prison riots in Ecuador. In the first, at least 80 men died in rioting in 3 different prisons. 2 months ago, another riot prompted President Guillermo Lasso to also declare a state of emergency in the prison system. But the fragile truce didn't last long. Ecuador's prisons are understaffed, overcrowded, and full of rival gangs armed to the teeth. The former director of military intelligence says that the gangs work for Mexico's 2 top rival drug cartels, and that this latest massacre illustrates just how far organized crime has penetrated the prison structure. President Lasso promises to carry out a full inquiry and respect the human rights of all those involved. But defusing the country's prison powder keg will clearly require much, much more. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera.
Ooh, I couldn't imagine. Imagine if that was happening over here or in your country or where you live. United States, we have a large percentage of people that are in the prison system. So odds are, whoever you are in the United States, you have a cousin, brother, sister, uncle, son, daughter, nephew, niece that has been in the system or is in the system. Imagine some shit like that. So how the hell? They said they had machine guns. How the hell do these guys get all these freaking weapons in there? That's my first question. That's corruption all the way. Guards and shit, everybody got to be involved. You can't sneak a fucking machine gun up your ass and get it into the prison. It won't fit. It won't fit. So that means that, it had to be brought in by a guard or whatever. So, and then they're armed to the teeth. They got machine guns. Oh my God. I couldn't imagine being locked up in prison and some niggas in that hole got machine guns. And some niggas got big ass knives. Some niggas got handguns. Fucking machetes. In prison, woo, and then probably the worst people in there. You just got caught up on some damn simple ass drug charges. You was trying to buy some weed or something, and you got caught up and you up in there, and niggas got machine guns and machetes, bro. That's a nightmare. That's a nightmare beyond nightmares, right there. That's a nightmare on inside of a nightmare. Woo! I couldn't imagine. I could not imagine that. That's scary shit, bro. What do y'all think about that? I don't know. I saw that story and I was like, whoa. That's the kind of shit that be going on in Ecuador? Damn. And the reason why Ecuador is very similar to Haiti. Because the people are proud, They don't go, and because of their position in the world, same thing with Haiti too, kind of, because they were landed transatlantic slave trade. Ecuador, because of their position in Central America, was important to trade, to the movement of goods. A lot of stuff has to go through there. So the powers that be, let's say the European powers, United States especially, they want to make sure that they have control over, those really critical spaces like that where goods come and go. Because commerce, because it kind of goes back to, what is it called? The British. The British had the best Navy way back in the day, and they were like military ships too. So they had the best Navy, and they protected the seas, and they charged bounties or whatever. That's how they made money. They made money by protecting the goods as it moved from one place to another. They can ensure that the stuff is going to land where it's supposed to go. And so that's kind of what gave them the power in the world. That's how they ended up being such a huge power in the world, period, because they ended up monopolizing that way back when. So, but anyways, they don't have a complete monopoly over it now, but fast forward to now, and the European powers really understand how important it is to have control over. That's another reason why Yemen, because Yemen has important as super important as ports or goods go. It doesn't go through Yemen, but Yemen has that coast right there where it's like on the edge of Africa. If y'all know what I'm talking about, anyways, that's all technical. Basically, Ecuador is important to movement of goods. So in the private companies, they want to control that. They want to make sure that they can move their goods how they want to there. So, I mean, they want a bit of stability, but they want a bit of chaos, because the thing is, the people that live there should get a huge amount of that, right? They're supposed to get paid for that, right? Because they have to use their country. You have to go through there. Anywhere else, you pay them. If you come through the United States with some shit, like you got to move some shit to here or there, it's going to be like, run me my bread. I want a piece of that. Okay, you making money. You got to come through here. Oh, yeah, chuck me some change, bro. I need that. So it's the same thing for them, but they don't want to pay them because it will be a substantial amount of money, because it's a whole bunch of freaking shit go through there. Ecuador should be rich. They are rich. They get robbed. They get robbed every day. Highway robbery, people. Macron. I kind of wanted to go with that with Angela Merkel, because that was kind of related, but I done moved on. Let me see, y'all. Well, we at 2:35. I have more shit, I guess we'll play some Tim Black. I mean, I kind of was trying to stay away from the racial stuff, but I guess we touched on it a bit already with the inmate guy who was apparently racist, killing black people and then getting found dead, hung and shit in the cell. A lot of people say good riddance or whatever, but and I'm a black guy, and I definitely don't want to see people killing black people at all, or any people killing black people, or any people killing any people. But at the same time, I don't condone that type of behavior, because if you have a bunch of vigilantes going around, you got chaos. You need to have a certain amount of order. So with crimes, you need to have a specific way you deal with it. You can't just hang the guy in the cell and call it a day. That's not right. Might as well go back in the days when they were lynching people in the streets, burning people in the streets, and they was burning the witches at the stake, when they was cutting people's heads off. They still do that some places, but that's not cool. The reason why one of the main reasons why that's not cool is that sometimes these people are innocent. This could be totally political. Like the witches were just innocent, period. Talk about they was doing some magic on me. They made my penis rise. Witch, off with her head. Burn her. That shit ain't even funny. It's not even funny. Timmy. Let's do Timmy.
I'm your man, Tim Black. Welcome to another edition of Pause. And on Pause, we take one subject matter, one theme, and we be real black with it. Here's the idea behind that. A lot of times I'm watching like news, or when I'm watching shows in general, they're written by white people. Even when the talent's black, the writers are white. Even when the writers are black and the talent's black, the owners are white. And even when the writers are black and the talent is black and the owners are black, those three entities are worried about what white people are gonna say. So, you never really get to see black shit or hear black people talk free. As freed men, Now, what's crazy about it is, you don't hear white people be too free either. You just think you do. See, you think you hear white people be free. They ain't free, Johnson. True story. Back when I was in my early 20s, I worked for this company out in Arlington, Virginia that did computer analysis for the government, right? And I had a little position. It wasn't management, but it was, run-of-the-mill position. I worked around a lot of people. There was a guy that worked there with me. His name was Bill Davis. Now, Bill Davis was a white kid from a well-to-do family. His father owned a business that was booming. Bill came to work in a Hugo Boss suit. I never even knew what a Hugo Boss suit looked like. So I saw Bill's Hugo Boss suit. All I knew was the cut was bomb and it looked different. So me and Bill became friends. One day Bill told me, he confided in me. He said, Tim, you are the first black guy's hand I ever shook. Because see, I'm from a part of New Hampshire where there's no black people. And I was like, oh man, that brother never met black people before. Let me be on my worst behavior. Well, actually, I was Bill's supervisor. That was the crazy part. Affirmative action does work. We were talking one day about dress. That's what it was. And I was like, damn, man, I get tired of this, man. I got to wear this shirt and this tie. I don't like wearing a shirt and tie, man. And Bill was like, me either. I'm like, but Bill, you wear a shirt and tie all the time. You got a Hugo Boss suit and other suits. I got a couple of shirts and 2 ties. He was like, man, just because I'm white don't mean I like dressing up, man. He's like, Tim, if it was up to me, I'd be wearing cut-off shorts with some flip-flops and a t-shirt. I won't be wearing this shit. I wear this because it's a uniform. And in my family, all the men had to wear the uniform. A shirt and a tie, or a shirt jacket and a tie with whatever, slacks, or slacks with a shirt tie, or shiny shoes or Oxfords with button down, with a blazer, with a tie, or tie with buckle mock buttons or button mocks, whatever those are, with the flat front with the straps over the mock toes with a strap or with a tie or a turtleneck with a blazer with some slacks and some, you get the point. And I said, damn, man, TV been lying to me all this time. So the point is, they lie to us too. Not just to us, about us, they lie to us about white people. And white people, they lie to you about black people. And they lie to all of us through the use of Hollywood, through the use of stories, and just plain old fibbery. Okay? So that's all it is. So the point is this. The reason why I tell you, the Tim Black Pause Show, Pause with Tim Black, is where we get to be really black. That's because I don't answer nobody. I don't answer the white people. But I don't answer to white people. I don't got no white writers, and I have no white paymasters, other than subscribers and people that Patreon. So, but more than that, I'm not trying to appease white folks. So white people can have white writers, they're white talent with white writers, with white producers, working for a white company, but at the end of the day, they can't be themselves because they don't own it. They don't fucking own it.
Pause. Wait, hold up, pause. No look, fade, no up.
Man, I love Tim Black. I really do, man. He breaks it down so clear and succinct. He's been at it for a while, so he's really good. I look up to his channel. I ain't gonna lie. Part of the reason why I started mine is because of his. There's a lot of channels out there that I like, but that one, the way he does his thing is really cool. Anyways, I'm a fan of that guy. I watched him grow. I watched him grow from a small channel. He's pretty big now. He keeps getting better. I watched him improve. I watched him grow. It's a small channel. His production is way better. Like everything is way. His production, his mix, his edit, everything is improved. His content is improved. Everything is improved. Anyways, that video. So the thing is, like, what a lot of people I think don't understand is that, like, okay, in a lot of ways, we're more segregated now than we were in the past. Very, very segregated. And it seems like we're not, because we watch TV shows, and at work we're not segregated at work as much, which we are as far as the positions, because if you look at it with management, lower positions, and so forth, you'll start seeing a racial mix. Certain positions that people do, like the janitors, are going to look a certain way. People who clean up are going to look a certain way, and the bosses are going to look a certain way. But when we leave work, that's when the segregation is apparent, because that's how it is. We're very segregated in our neighborhoods and where we live. So certain areas, and it's also separated with class. And I don't like to use the word class. Amount of money that you have. So those are the ways that they're separated, and it's so segregated. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that a lot of us are sheltered, and we're in our box, we're in our bubble, we're in our algorithm, and we really don't even know others, right? We know the people, like, especially like here in Houston, we got a lot of these charter schools, and a lot of them are religious. They're religious schools, and certain demographics are there, and it's pretty much all that particular demographic in that particular school. And a lot of the kids are going to these schools now. It's very, very dominant. So like I say, they go to the school their whole life, and they only see people that look like them at their school, and they're not even aware of these other people. Like, they don't even come across them. So the only way that they know them is by TV, radio, whatever, music, stereotypes. And the stereotypes are going to carry the most weight, because like I say, the people at home are talking about race. Even though they're not talking about it in public, they're talking about it at home. And then worst part is that they don't even know these people that they're talking about. They don't know one person that fits the description, but they got this whole idea of how this person is and how they behave and everything. They don't know one person that fits that description, but they already know how that person behaves, how they think, and everything, their beliefs. They know everything about this person that they have never met. It's insane. I'm going to play one more Timmy. I hope Timmy don't find my channel and be mad at me. Play one more Timmy clip.
Progressives and Democrats need to stop talking about they want to win the black vote and they want to try to get in progressive candidates. Because if you're not going to fight for black issues, then you don't want the black vote. That's how that works. And you don't get to tell us what those issues are. You don't tell the customer what to like. The customer tells you what they like. That's what the surveys are for. So when black people say, we're worried about police brutality, we're worried about racial discrimination, we're worried about employment, finances, these things, all those things fall in the realm of reparations and the black agenda. You can't then come to them with some other, what about climate change? I'm not saying that's not a thing they care about, but we're talking about what they care about most. So you're running on things that are not high on the list of priorities, and then the turnout is not loud. You're going, what happened? You happened. Maybe what your community think is most important are not the same things. Look, if people want to keep losing, that's fine. I understand losing. I get it. I've been black a long time. I understand what losing is. If that's what you want to do, fine. But stop taking people money and pretending like you want to win when you don't. And stop taking people money on this hope of a new party if you ain't really trying to win. Because if you got the same playbook as the Democrats when it comes to black people issues, you're going to lose too. I don't understand why you think it's going to be different. What would be different if you had the same policies? Well, we're going to be different. We're going to be more ethical. Yeah, you work in the same system. So they start showing you money. Some of you got a little bit of money now and don't know how to act. People wondering what you're doing. Not so transparent.
Yeah, I got distracted. I was looking at a text. Sorry. Yeah, man, politics, he has a pretty good thumb on that shit. I think that they need to talk about black issues in politics. It's one of the things that haven't been spoken about since like the 70s, 60s. And somehow it's fallen completely out of politics. It's like the black people don't exist anymore when there's like people are people, right? We're all human. Don't talk about the race. Well, I mean, the thing is, if race is not important, then don't put it on your job. Don't ask me what race I am on job applications, loans, school, the census. Take it away from all that shit. Take that category off, and everybody check human box. So until we do that, shut the hell up about that argument about bringing up the race, okay? Because it's a thing because y'all made it a thing. So let's deal with that. So, but what I'm saying is politically, black folks in the United States don't have no platform, right? We don't have no voice in politics. As far as like, oh, because it's black people in politics, then that's our representation. No, it doesn't work like that. No, we should have a block, a certain kind of, let's say coalition, some kind of influence, talking about the stuff that specifically for black, advocating specifically for black. What lobbyists do we have lobbying specifically for black people in Congress or in Washington, D.C.? Okay, well, maybe there's one or two. I don't know. I don't know everything. So maybe there's a couple. But if they are, I'm not aware of them. So, and if I'm not aware of them and I follow politics pretty heavy, then that means they're not having they don't have much of a voice. And that's the point that I'm making. There's no black voice in politics here in the United States, like advocating for black issues. They always try to wrap it up and for everyone, that's cool. I mean, I like the policies for everyone. That's fine. But let's talk about policies for black people specifically. We talk about LGBTQ specifically, while we can't talk about black people specifically. Come on, man.
In America, it is not the United States Congress that regulates the pharmaceutical industry. It is the pharmaceutical industry that controls the United States Congress.
They never lose. They control the United States Congress. The American people have got to stand up right now and make it clear that no American should die because they cannot afford their medicine. What we want to do is have Medicare negotiate prescription drug prices. We're going to reform and expand Medicare, and I'll tell you how we're going to fund that. By having Medicare negotiate prescription drug prices with the pharmaceutical industry. What this bill does, among many other things, is tell the pharmaceutical industry we're going to end their greed. We are finally going to take on the greed and thievery of the pharmaceutical industry.
The United States is the only major country that does not sit down with these drug companies and negotiate a reasonable price.
Our people cannot afford the medicine they need, but these people year after year make outrageous profits. We are on the verge, I hope, of finally bringing about the first defeat of the very powerful pharmaceutical industry in the history of this country.
I can't help it. I'm biased. I'm a fan of disclosure. I'm a fan of Bernie Sanders big time because I was into politics before, but when Bernie kind of came on the scene, when he came on the scene big nationally, I got into politics a lot more because Bernie, for whatever reason, got me to believing that you could actually make a difference through politics, because I had very little faith, and that's still really shaky, that you can actually make change politically. But the way I feel is that you have to attack the problems all kinds of ways. You can't leave no stone unturned. So that's how I feel about it now. So Even politics, you gotta press it there, but that can't be your only one all be all, because it's not going. Most likely, it's not going to fruit very much. If it does, it's going to be very little. The real change is going to have to come from somewhere else. But I'm saying you can attack problems from all different kinds of ways, and I believe that you can get some stuff done politically. And right now, after watching that video, listening to Bernie, it kind of feels like he's like, I hear so much in the news, and I played a whole bunch of videos today. I played a whole bunch of shit. But this video is the most relevant, I think. Like, we're in a pandemic. Like, healthcare is an issue. Access to pharmaceuticals is an issue. Them making us take the jab is an issue. And it's like the pharmaceutical companies are making money off of these products that they have produced. They selling them to us, and they selling them to people around the world. This is what we should be talking about. Why aren't we talking about this? Why is this like the only video that I have? I mean, maybe I can look up more stuff of people talking about this, but it makes me sad. It makes me very sad that we're not talking about healthcare, and we're in the middle of a goddamn pandemic, bruh. A pandemic, it affects people's health. And our healthcare system is not handling it well. Therefore, we should look at the way we do our healthcare system and revolutionize that shit. Right now. Right fucking now. It's a pandemic. Perfect opportunity. Why aren't we talking about this? Everyone should be talking about this. Everyone should be saying, let's fix this shit once and for all. This ain't going to be the last fucking pandemic. It's not going to be the last COVID. Come on, you guys. If we can't learn from history, can we learn from now? Can we learn from fucking now? Look, we didn't handle this shit properly. Clearly, our healthcare system can be improved. Clearly. Why aren't we talking about that? Why are we talking about vaccine mandates? Why aren't we talking about the pharmaceutical industry, the healthcare industry, the insurance companies, getting people coverage so they could be healthy? Because if they're healthy, then they won't get sick. Isn't it more like, okay, you got a society of people who can catch this disease. Isn't it less likely for them to get sick with this pandemic if they are overall healthier? How much of an impact does their health have on them catching COVID and actually dying from it? Come on, you guys. Come on. Use your brain. Think. Why aren't we talking about this? The reason why we're not talking about this is because they're making money off of it, and they don't give a damn about your health. They could give two shits about your health. They're forcing you to take these mandated vaccines because they make money off of it. Period. Bottom line. It's not no deep conspiracy. It's super simple. Dollars. Billions. Trillions. Dollars. That's what it's about. Your health is so far down the list of concern. It's a whole bunch of shit ahead of that. But we, as the people, we can't let these corporations decide our future. We can't let these corporations decide what, they want to sell us at what price. And when it deals with something so critical as our health, this is the health of the planet, like human planet, right? Pandemics are across countries, across nations, across the planet. So if nothing else, we should be looking at as ourselves as a world community. If nothing else, this pandemic should make us realize that we're a world community. We're a human community. And what happens in the United States affects what happens in Germany. What happens in Nigeria affects what happens in UK. What happens in Saudi Arabia affects what happens in India. You get my point. So we want a healthy nation. We want a healthy humanity. We want healthy humans. If we got healthy humans around, then it's less likely for them to get us sick. Do you not see how this benefits you as an individual? If you can think about the health of your neighbor, of your sisters, of your brothers, your family tree, your cousins. Why? Why is this so hard for y'all to? It's because you're brainwashed. It's because the media lies to you. It's because they're playing bait and switch. They're saying, look over here, look at this, rattle, 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 look at this, do not look over there, look at this, look at this, look at this. Hey, look at this over here, don't look at that over there. I'm telling you to look at this over here, and I got one fucking viewer. It's the stuff that really fucking matters in your life. But y'all watching TikTok. This shit's gonna fall in y'all lap. Y'all gonna play these videos back. Y'all gonna play these videos back because this shit's gonna fall in y'all lap. Let's talk about Gabby Petito because we're still on the racial shit, so this works with that.
I want to talk about a heartbreaking news story from America which has captivated people from all over the world. The murder of 22-year-old influencer Gabby Petito. Miss Petito's body was found in a remote national park in Wyoming on Sunday, and a medical examiner determined that she had been killed. Her boyfriend Brian Laundrie was captured on police camera footage after an altercation with Gabby days before her murder. He is the prime suspect and has been missing since September 17. He also refused to talk to police in the early days of the search with Gabby. It was a story which broke the hearts of her social media followers, of which there are 100,000 on YouTube and now more than 1 million on Instagram. But in America, the coverage quickly turned nasty and race-obsessed. Barely days after her parents were told a body had been found, the media started arguing that the only reason people cared about this case was the colour of her skin.
But the way this story has captivated the nation has many wondering, why not the same media attention when people of color go missing? Well, the answer actually has a name, missing white woman syndrome, the term coined by the late and great Gwen Ifill to describe the media and public fascination with missing white women like Lacey Peterson or Natalie Holloway, while ignoring cases involving missing people of color.
Joy Reid is a disgusting person for trying to turn this story into one of race. People wanted to know how a seemingly perfect, bubbly couple with a large social media following could face such a tragic end. And CNN's Don Lemon upped the ante, suggesting the police were racist by not physically forcing Brian to speak against his will, supposedly throwing out his right to silence.
You ask any person of color, you ask a black man if they have that sort of privilege. Ask a poor
it's
white
not
person.
A privilege.
No,
it's
hold
a
on.
right.
I know
okay?
that. I know, but most people don't know that, and they're not treated that way by law enforcement. Even if you think that, you know, cops are the good guys, yeah, many times they are. But many times they aren't, especially when it comes to people of color and poor people in the society who don't have the means to be able to stand behind a lawyer and not go to speak. Do you think like someone who, you know, a Don Lemon, if I wasn't who I am, they'd be like, hey, get your butt in here. What do you know about the disappearance of such and such? Why won't you talk? Oh, do you need a lawyer because you're guilty? All of that would go down.
CNN's Chris Como rightly retorted that the right to remain silent was not white privilege, but a basic right for everyone. But this is the result if you do your journalism through the lens of critical race theory and identity politics. Reality doesn't matter. You turn the murder of a young woman into a deranged activist talking point. Joy Reid in particular owes Gabby's family an apology. Because if you cared about this story and the pain her family is feeling, that doesn't make you a racist. It makes you human. Caleb, what do you make of the story and the way that the narrative shifted to race very quickly after her body was found?
Oh, it's just bizarre and disgusting, isn't it? And it just goes to show that some of these people on the left are just so obsessed with identity politics, with race or sex or whatever it might be, that they view absolutely everything through those prisms, including the disappearance of a person. You know, there are times to talk about race or whatever. Someone going missing is not one of them. It has nothing to do with it. To make the suggestion that the only reason anyone cares is because she's white is crap. I mean, I can tell you right now that if Cardi B or any other famous black woman went missing, there would be just as much, if not more, media attention put upon it. And to suggest that the only reason this bloke has the right to silence is because he's white. I mean, Chris Cuomo is right. It is a right. As if the cops didn't put the same pressure on him that Don Lemon was suggesting there. Everyone would get that kind of pressure. But because he knows it's his right, he's exercised that right. It's got nothing to do with race. And to try and whip that up at a time like this, it's just reprehensible.
Sophie, what are your thoughts?
I'm with Caleb on this. I mean, I thought it was disgraceful. I think that poor woman's family, you know, for the media to go on about this and make it a race issue at such an awful time for her family is pathetic. It's typical of a lot of this leftist media in the US to whip up this anger in society. I mean, this woman did have a significant following. A lot of people knew who she was. There was significant interest in her case, and now they've made it about race. They should be ashamed of themselves, and I hope that they offer the young woman's family an apology.
Okay. Allow me for the rebuttal. First off, I hate how they like to make everything political, right? She kept on saying the leftist. Just because this person had this particular point of view on the subject doesn't mean that they're a leftist. That doesn't make it a left. What makes it a leftist point of view is because they were talking about race. So everything racial is a leftist point of view. Anything that mentions race. And then it's just kind of like what I was saying before, because the other guy said, this is not the time to talk about race. So that's the thing, what I said earlier, they always say that every time. It's never the time to talk about race. It's never proper to talk about race. Oh, this is not the time. So when is the time to talk about race? When it's not racial, when is it racial? Oh, it's never racial. So then it's never time to talk about race because it's never racial. It's, according to you, this thing was not racial at all. Well, I think it was. Joy Reid backed up what she said, and I don't even really like Joy Reid. Let me put that out there. I like to put my disclaimers out there so that y'all understand, you know, my biases. Okay, so straight up, I do not really like Joy Reid. Just because she's a black lady on TV, I'm supposed to like her? Or maybe it's because she's a liberal. Is she a liberal? I wouldn't even call her a damn liberal. Come on. Anyways, y'all just got me confused on the damn. That's why them damn terms, we need to fucking leave them hoes out because they fucking confusion. All that shit is confusion. Like I say, it's creating it, making it political. Anyways, I don't really like Joy Reid, although she was right. She had a good point on this because the media, I was covering the Gabby Petito stuff because it was all down my timeline. And then I thought it was strange. I mentioned it in one of my videos. I said, I don't really understand why the media has latched on to this particular story and it's getting so much coverage. I really don't understand it. I said that a few times in my video because I really didn't get it. You know, I didn't even see the racial part of it or whatever. I don't, because a person missing, you know, hey, why did but I was looking at it like, I don't understand why the media has latched on to this story. It's weird. So then I thought, you know, hey, well, sometimes the media just slow media day, right? Slow news day. They latch on. They find something to latch on to. That's how I took it initially. But as time went on, you know, I did notice something, and then it's kind of like, you know, like I said, the thing Joy Reid was saying, white women syndrome, and then you look back at it historically, it is like that, you know. Maybe it's because, you know, America, land of apple pie, you know, whatever the hell, white girl stuck in the well type shit, you know. Oh my God, the little girl But it's just because she's a white girl, though. That's the America. If it's a little black girl, America doesn't look at it the same way. It's not the same story, and y'all just need to face that. It's a reality. So black girls going missing all the time. Native Americans going missing all the time, especially the Native American stories. They do not like to cover that shit because they do not care about Native Americans. They're so low on the give a fuck scale that it's not going to get no coverage because people just not interested. So that's how popular culture influences the media, because the media is not going to play something that people are just not interested in. People are not interested in it because they don't give a fuck. They do give a fuck about the little white girl stuck in the well, though. For whatever reason, you can call that racism or you could call it something else. What is your explanation for that? It's a reality, though. You have to face the fact of that. You can pull the information, go do your own research and pull the data. The data is going to support what I said. So, what else did they say in that story? They kept on making it like they're coming from the right and these other people are coming from the left, you know. So we're right because we're coming from the right and they're wrong because they're coming from the left. Oh, making everything racial. These damn soft snowflake liberals. So, but like I say, that's a real thing. So you guys look up Native American lost women, look up Black American lost women, look that shit up and look at the numbers and look at how the coverage is for them and look at how the coverage is for white women. And if you just type in women missing, white women are gonna pop up. You're gonna have to flip through pages before. And yes, the population is more white people, but it's not proportionate. It's not proportionate in the data. No matter how you look at it, there's major discrepancies in the coverage. And the guy said something I wanted to comment on. I didn't really, Don Lemon went kind of, I still agree with Don Lemon. Again, I don't like him. I don't like that guy at all. But a little bit, I agree with him a little bit, but not completely. I think, I can't remember what he said, but the impression I got was it was just a little bit extra. But yeah, asking the guy, haven't given him immunity, and there's truth to that, right? So what Don Lemon was trying to say is the way the law treats black people is not the same as it treats white people. So the people can say, yeah, well, that's the law and that's just a human right. It doesn't have nothing to do with color. That's true, but the law is not. It's not equally used or whatever. It's used when at their discretion. And then about like the thing about knowing their rights, that's just an excuse a lot of times. Yeah, so they're saying that the black people don't know their rights. The Mexicans don't know their rights. And that's the reason why the police violate their rights. Well, I'm going to have to call bullshit on that, because if it's human rights, and regardless if they are aware of the rights, if the cops violate their rights, they're violating their rights, right? Regardless if they're aware of that or not. That's beside the point. So you're supposed to declare that I know my rights and then say that particular thing. And it's like a little trigger. It's like a little cop out. It's a little cop out that in the system to be like, I know my rights, immunity. I don't have to say nothing. My lawyer is present. Talk to my lawyer or whatever. But what Don Lemon was saying is the black person can sit there and say that, and the cop gonna slap him and be like, "Shut up! You got no fucking lawyer. Get the fuck out of here." Y'all don't believe that's true, huh? Y'all don't believe that's true, huh? Y'all think I'm making it up? Y'all think I'm exaggerating? It's completely true. The slap and all. It's completely true. See, the thing is, it's like y'all live in different worlds. And that's what I say about the segregation. the bubbles, the algorithm, living in a completely different world. You're totally unaware. You do not experience the same experiences that I experience from the day to day, the anxieties that I have, the fear that I have. Every time I step out of here, every time I get in my car, everywhere I go, you know, I have to present a certain image to not be threatening. You know, I go to the University of Houston. It's I would say it's mostly white. I mean, it's multicultural school, but it's a lot of white faces. It's an international school, but it's a lot of white faces. Anyways, what I'm saying is everywhere I go, it doesn't matter if I'm at the University of Houston, even in the hood, because I have to try to distinguish myself from them. They don't know I'm a university student. They don't know I'm an academic. They don't know. They look at me and they automatically assume I'm a thug. I'm finna rob them. I'm finna rape them or kill them or something. I don't know where that comes from. I've never raped, killed, robbed anyone my whole life. I have no desire to. I'm poor. If I, you know, I understand people wanting to have riches. And I totally understand. If I was to rob something, it wouldn't be a person. So, but like I say, I understand people wanting to have riches, but I don't care to have riches like that. I don't worship money like that. So I feel like I live in abundance regardless. My currency is the universe. I'm talking that crazy shit now, huh? Crazy, you're talking that crazy talk. I need some money. I do. I need some damn health care. That's practical. So what am I going to do? Hey, I'm going to figure out a way to make some money, right? Anyways, I got off track. I lost it. I'm sorry, y'all. Totally lost it. I might get it back. I got some more shit. Let me see. Make sure I play these ones at the top. Yeah. We're at 3 hours. Let me play my transition. It's like a reset for me. Like, new segment. I get to clear out. I showed my Instagram at the beginning. I think it was another YouTube video I wanted to play that because I couldn't get it on here because of the link. But I don't remember what it was. And if I scroll on here while I'm sharing my screen, it might show some copyright stuff that get me in trouble. So I have to be careful with that. But I do have more shit. China mocks the number of I guess that relates. Let's go into
the U.S. Embassy in Trinidad and Tobago is attracting a lot of attention online after announcing that it has donated 80 vials of COVID vaccines to the island nation with a 1.4 million population. In a tweet posted on Sunday, the U.S. Embassy announced the donation, saying that every vaccine counts. A single vial of the Pfizer vaccine yields 5 doses and is administered in 2 jabs 3 weeks apart. This means the U.S. donation of 80 vaccine vials will produce around 400 shots, which could vaccinate 200 people. The tweet has been widely shared on social media, with people expressing surprise at the size of the gift to the country's population of 1.4 million. Many mocked the gift by sharing memes about the donation. China too capitalized on the opportunity as Chinese media to mock the move. Sharing the U.S. Embassy tweet, the official Xinhua news agency commented if this would be selected for the Worst Public Relations Award of the Year. Other Chinese state media outlets, including the Global Times and China Daily, also took a dig at the embassy tweet. Dueling for global influence, Beijing and Washington have both sought to garner goodwill by pledging to supply vaccines to desperate nations amid a global shortage. In May, China donated 100,000 doses of Sinopharm's vaccine to Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago has been relying on foreign donations to fuel its immunization program. Under the World Health Organization's COVAX program, around 100,000 doses were allocated to the country. Last week, US President Joe Biden said that Washington will donate 500 million doses of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine to the world's poorest countries, on top of 80 million doses it has already pledged to donate by June end. Trinidad and Tobago has reported more than 29,000 coronavirus cases and 686 COVID-19 related deaths.
The healthcare worker vaccine mandate began yesterday.
My bad. Yeah, so basically, if y'all didn't catch that, Trinidad and Tobago, they gave them, they donated some vaccines, and it was such a small amount that it was a joke. So, and then the other countries are kind of laughing at it, basically. So, let's see.
The continued support from the Chinese government towards Zimbabwe's fight against COVID-19 pandemic speaks to the strong ties that exist between our two governments. Of course, our excellent relations underpinned by the comprehensive strategic partnership level of cooperation. We applaud the consistency with which the People's Republic of China has complemented our efforts to fight and conquer this dreaded virus.
They're making it all political, but it's a real thing. It's kind of like, you know, the intellectual property, the patents, you know, the ones that own the vaccines. So, okay, the first video I showed y'all was United States gave some old crappy ass, little as like 400 people or 40 people or her. Yeah, I think they said 400 people could get vaccinated with the amount that they gave to Trinidad and Tobago. And in this clip is China giving like a whole shit ton to Zimbabwe. And China is trying to, you know, push for, you know, the vaccines being free, you know. There's other countries pushing for that too. And we don't hear about that over here in the United States very much. But I watch world news, so I know that, they don't even talk about that over here. So, but the thing is, what a lot of people don't understand is like, I think it's polio, the polio vaccine. It was free. The guy who created it, and then it was like, oh, you're supposed to make money off of this. He was like, no, I created this to eradicate this shit around for the world. And that's what happened. It's like polio don't even really exist no more because of that. So like, again, they really want to get rid of COVID. Everybody should get the damn vaccine for free in the whole world, right? Because if someone else has it, that's how it's going to stay alive and keep spreading. And that's the reason why they say that the variants keep developing, because it keeps incubating and maturing and evolving. So then they should make the vaccine. If they really care, right, they really want to eradicate it, then give it to free to everybody in the world who wants it. And boom, that way you can try to eradicate it from the world. It's a pandemic. But if you are only worried about profits, then you're not interested in that idea. You want to sell the vaccine. This is profitable. I can make a whole bunch of money off of this. Why would I give it away for free? We're not going to get rid of disease. No way. It's going to be with us forever. So we're just going to make money off of it forever. We're not even going to try to get rid of it. We care more about profits anyways. That shit ain't going to work. Do y'all hear this shit? Do y'all hear that? So anyway, so that kind of goes back to the whole political shit about China wanting to look better than everybody else at everything. And that's pretty much what they're doing, you know. They want to look, you know, but they're right. And any other countries that's talking about this is a thing that could save lives, you know, maybe save humanity, if you will. I mean, I'm taking it to the extreme, but why is it a commodity? Why is it privatized? Why do they have to be a profit? And that's the whole problem. And that's the whole argument. And that's the reason why we're not having this conversation in the United States, because guess what the next thing will be after that? Why is there such a huge profit in the pharmaceutical industry? Why do the hospitals have to make so much money? You know what I'm saying? Why did the insurance companies have so huge overhead, administration fees? Why is this? We have to compete, you know, in a way that doesn't benefit the consumer, the people. Why are we all paying super high prices for shit that other people pay very little prices for in other countries? Just right across the border in Mexico, just right across the border in Canada, like not even far away, and pretty much all the other developed countries. They bleeding us dry over here, and y'all just like, oh, we're gonna conservative. You're a liberal. Oh, you're a Trump supporter. Oh, you're a Biden supporter. Oh, you're an unvaxxer. Oh, you're an unmasker. You're a masker. You're a vaxxer. Oh, instead of, hey, we all need fucking healthcare, right? Hey, can we quiet this craziness down? Quiet this craziness down for a second. Hey. Can we all use healthcare? Yeah. Why we don't have it? You're a liberal. Total insanity, y'all. Totally insane. The hallway lady coming back. The space station is better. Let's do this racial clip first.
Hi, call me Louis. This is my spot. Louis spot.
I hate to be the purveyor of bad news, and I know everybody. Even my wife said, "Can't you end on an optimistic note?" Which I'm still trying to think of. Maybe in 19 minutes' time, I'll have that. But my message is very simple today. It's why did I come back to South Africa? Am I insane? That South Africa is not investable. It really isn't. From an international perspective, from an FDI perspective, international money would be insane to invest in South Africa right now. South Africa can be fixed easily, but never by the ANC. They're incompetent, they're kleptocrats, they're ineptocrats. We have idiots running the asylum. We really do. Lunatics running the asylum. And, the real heroes of South Africa are not the billionaires. They've gone. They've disappeared. They've left you in the lurch. The real heroes of South Africa that might save this country, that might generate economic growth, are the people in this room. It's you. It's been left to you to save this country. And then what I'd like to do is give some final comments and some final thoughts, just lessons learned along the way, which you may agree with and you may not agree with. So let's start with why the hell did I come back to South Africa? There are a number of reasons. One, my incredible parents, dad 95, mum late 80s, are alive. They're still ticking. They're in Johannesburg. They will not leave Johannesburg. They will not go to the Cape. They love it up there. And they believe in this country, but every day that I speak to them, they're increasingly frustrated. You read the newspaper, you go crazy. This morning I read that Duduzane Zuma, that horrific last name, that just brings anger into me, is trying to raise money for a presidential bid. That moron, that scion of that scumbag family, and I'm being rude to real scumbags, he wants to run for president. Horrific. The second reason is because I really wanted, my wife and kids to at least see, the last few years of this beautiful country. And I'll explain what I mean by that. All my businesses in London or overseas that I hadn't written off, the ones that had survived, were being well run. I was chairman, majority shareholder, and the CEOs were saying, Rob, please don't come into the office every day with a new idea because just let us hit budget. I also wanted to get out of the UK inheritance tax net, which happens after about 17 years in the UK. I lived 6 years in America and 25 years in Europe and the UK. And I missed South Africa. And that really is something. And I know when people leave this country forever and they cut the link and then they badmouth South Africa because that's the only way they can justify leaving this incredible country, they miss it. You come back, you go to Plett, you go to Hermanus, you go up the Natal coast, you go to the bush. There's nothing like it. You cannot live as well as I live in Cape Town anywhere else in the world. And I know that. And I would leave this country in a second if certain things took place. If the tax situation became too onerous, if they take our guns away. I'm a firm believer in the Second Amendment, and there's a wonderful sentence in the American Second Amendment that says to protect the individual against the tyranny of the state. That's the justification for having a gun and a gun license in America, to protect the individual against the tyranny of the state. Now just think about that. There's no way any foreigner or any foreign direct investment in their right mind would allocate a single cent to South Africa. There's black empowerment. There's over-regulated, laws everywhere. There's, the leftists are forcing CRT on us, and there's diversity, there's ESG. There are all sorts of regulations that make it absolutely uninvestable. Now, I know there's a pool of capital that would love to come into this country, a wall of capital that would come into here, that would come into Zimbabwe, because of people love this country and would like to invest here. But the money's not going to come in on the basis of where we are today. Black empowerment is theft. Expropriation without compensation is theft. Why would anyone invest in this country with those things hanging over our heads? I mean, it's uninvestable. Now, it can be fixed. South Africa can be fixed very, very easily. But when was the last time you heard anyone in the ANC talk about the two most important words? Economic growth. Okay? Economic growth. When do they ever say those words? They never use them. They talk about redistribution. They talk about radical economic transformation. They're basically talking about taking away from us and giving to themselves, not the people of South Africa, giving to themselves what they cannot build, grow, or invest themselves. They're incapable of doing it. When you see ministers, cabinet ministers speaking on the television, deep down you're saying, this is not an intelligent person. This is a stupid person. I'll give you an example, okay? And this goes against my investment in an airport in South Africa, okay? Fikile Mbalula. I name names here. Have you heard him speak on television? The guy is not very smart. He's charming. He's polite. You wouldn't hire him for a single position in any business any of you own. And he's our Minister of Transport. And I think he's been in the cabinet since '94. This is a stupid person. And beneath him, and again, this goes against my investment in an airport, you have the Mpofu family, husband and wife, who I happened to meet at a friend of mine's 60th birthday in Durban. He is the lawyer for the EFF. Dali Mpofu, the lawyer for the EFF. She is head of Airports Companies of South Africa. She is the ANC member. He is the EFF member. They hold positions of power. She believes in nationalization of land, mines, and banks. I mean, have you looked up the definition of the word moron in the, okay? Moron is an adult with the average age of 8 to 12 years old, okay? These are the people running this country. Why the hell would anyone invest in this country with people like that running this country? It's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment. And how many million of people vote for the ANC? That's an embarrassment. Now, our dear friend Musi Maimani yesterday said there are 16 million people that don't vote. That don't vote. If you don't vote, it's a vote for the ANC. Okay? We need those people to get up and vote for anyone but the AFF and ANC, or this country's doomed. If I was put in charge of this country, I could get 10% growth and everybody would have an opportunity to get a job. This thing would take off like a rocket. It's very easy to remove all the restrictions, labor regulations, EWC, BEE, lift it, remove it, money will pour into this country. And the only thing keeping this country alive and above water are the people in this room, the people that get up every morning and make an effort and invest. But in some ways, you're insane. You're still here. And I am too for coming back, you know. Your children, if they've finished high school in this country, should be leaving to go overseas, to get a passport, to get experience, to get jobs, to learn how the world works. And if ever South Africa does recover, if ever South Africa does turn around, they can come back. That's my thinking. All 4 of my children have been born overseas. They all have British passports. My older 2 have been educated overseas, and the oldest one is in LA, and he'll never come back to South Africa. The next one's doing business science at UCT. He'll leave the minute he's done. And the younger 2, I doubt, will ever do university in this country because the leftists have taken over the universities here. They're forcing all sorts of left-wing CRT bullshit on my kids. And that's going to be the end of the universities. And if your kids aren't studying real degrees, accounting, law, engineering, medicine, science, IT, engineering, they're wasting their time. Anyone who's studying political science is an idiot. Why do we even offer political science in this country? It's pointless. I'm sorry if any of you studied BA political science anywhere, but don't tell me it's an embarrassment, okay?
I don't think studying political science is such a bad thing. Why not? Why not? Studying political science doesn't make money, I guess. Well, you can get a job as a politician. You can make money doing that, I guess. All the jobs that he was saying, all the careers that he was saying was all, money driven, profit driven areas, and that's kind of how that society is kind of structured, right? We don't have no value for the arts, the creatives. We wouldn't have none of this shit if it wasn't for people who were creative. You just worker bees making money does not drive a society. It would fall, it would collapse if everyone was thinking like that. If y'all didn't follow what he was saying, because it was a lot going on, let me try to explain some of it. Like, okay, South Africa, basically what this guy is angry about is that, in South Africa, they had this thing, what was it, Mugabe? And I think they still on that shit where they were like, Africa, none of you white folks was here. So and then y'all came over here and stole land. So yeah, if you're white, you can't own land over here no more or whatever. So yeah, so the Africans own this land. And then he was mad about they're talking about nationalizing their resources. You know what that means? Like the people own the resources instead of the private companies coming in and buying up the stuff. And, of course they don't like that because they want, like I say, they want the corporations the private capital to control everything and to come in and buy all the resources so they can sell it back to the people. They don't want the people to own their own resources. No. That's what he was talking about, that they don't want to invest. Like, we're not going to invest in this because the people are going to own too much of this shit. We can't really buy anything. So, and then all the regulations. He said, if we could just lift all the regulations, lift all the regulations. So a lot of those regulations, what a lot of people don't understand is like a lot of that stuff is to protect the local people, to guarantee the local people get something when those companies come in, because they could just come in, rape the resources, and then just leave and leave everybody assed out. And that's what they tend to do, and that's what they want to do. So these companies, these nations, these countries come up with these regulations to regulate these companies so that they can't do that. They have to give something back. They have to employ a certain number of local people. They have to pay them right, and they, stuff like that. And that's the shit they don't want to do. No, fuck that. We don't want to do that. Fuck that. We don't want to do that. We do business the way we do business, and y'all not gonna tell us how we do it. And then it's like, this is South Africa. Fuck that. This is white man's land. I was born here. And there's a lot of white people born in South Africa. There's a huge white population in South Africa. But that goes back to the British and war and all of that history right there, and apartheid and all of that history right there. So y'all don't want to talk about that, right? Well, that leads till now. So when you have to understand the way what happened before, so you can understand what's happening now. And then he was talking about, he kept saying the black liberation or whatever, all that is, stupid and stuff. Like, so the black people can't have their own shit. They can't look out for themselves. They can't advocate for themselves. No advocacy for them. It was a lot. The dude was saying a lot. It's a lot. It's basically, they want the legacy of South Africa to continue to be like white. They still kind of see it as that, kind of like a little United States, kind of like a little Australia, if you really want to say it. Very, very similar. Israel is very similar. So again, South Africa, it's kind of like colony post-colonial, right? So, but then again, like I say, you have to talk about apartheid and slavery and harsh treatment of black people and the natives, darker people, totally on racial issues. But then you say, don't bring up race. But the whole reason why that shit was like that was for racial issues. They didn't want black people. Black people wasn't allowed to live in certain areas. It was very segregated. Black people wasn't allowed to own property, in Africa, that clearly, and they took people's property. They took black people's property because it wasn't legal for them to own it. So you have to talk about that. So they want that legacy. They want things to continue. They want their kids. It's all about having that. Like I say, a lot of white people were born in South Africa, and they want that legacy to continue, so their kids and grandkids to come back and have kids in South Africa and make it into the, I guess, utopia for white people. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they're trying to build. Some shit kind of like Israel. Either way, he's the one that, I'm not going to call him stupid like he was trying to call them other people, because they just want to conserve their resources. I'm going to say he's delusional. You know what I'm saying? And that's what this thing does. That's what the racism does, right? It fucking eats at your fucking brain. It eats at your fucking brain, and then it deludes your vision of the world. Totally does. It skews your vision of the world, because now you're looking at everything through this, like they were saying in that video, racial lens. Talking about the left looking at everything through a racial lens. To understand history and understand what things happen is, sometimes you have to look at things through a racial lens. But you can't look at everything through a racial lens. But you can't say that other people, you can't say that you're not looking at it racially when clearly you fucking are. Because you're saying black people can't do this and black people can't do that. Then hey, you just made it racial. That's racial. When you say black people can't do this, or black people can't live over here, black people can't own property, they can't have rights. That's making it racial, bro. I don't know. I was going to say something else about that, but I lost it. You know, that guy, like I say, they want the legacy. They want the kids to live there. They want it to continue to go on to be like the old South Africa, like make America great again, like the 50s and 60s, the 40s and 50s or whatever, the times when that were great. Everything was hunky-dory. Maybe it was for you. A lot of people, other people, the black folks, they said that shit was fucked up. They said they was going through all kinds of shit. It might have been heaven for you, but it was hell for them. So your hell is at the expense. Your heaven is at the expense of someone else's hell. For you to be in heaven, someone else has to be in hell. Another group has to be in hell. Is that how it works? Your heaven is precipitated by someone else's misery. So you can't enjoy life without other people's misery. How come you can't just leave other people out of your happiness? How come you can't just find happiness without nobody else, other groups? Like, why can't we all just be humans and you just not choose certain groups to treat different ways? Like I say, take the damn designation off of your ID, take it off of all documents, and don't never ask it in nothing. Boom, fixed overnight. Y'all don't want to do that. The reason why you don't want to do that because there's a privilege to being white. And that's what we talk about all the time. You don't want to admit that it's a privilege. Well, stop being white. Take it off of your ID.
Hello and welcome to World Insight with me, Tian Wei. Huawei's chief financial officer Meng Wanzhou has set foot on China. Meng, along with Chinese diplomats, landed in Shenzhen Saturday night on a state-sponsored charter flight. She left Canada after reaching an agreement with the United States to defer prosecution. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Hua Chunying said the fraud charges against Meng are, quote, political prosecution against a Chinese citizen and an act designed to hobble Chinese high-tech companies, end quote. It's been a long journey home, but one Meng Wanzhou will certainly cherish.
Meng Wanzhou received a hero's welcome on her return to China after fighting extradition to the US for almost 3 years. Huawei's chief financial officer and daughter of the company's founder was finally released and allowed to return home.
我终于回家了。
I'm finally back to my motherland.
经过1000
The long wait overseas was full of struggles, but after I stepped down from the airplane, I can feel the exciting warmth of my homeland.
Miss Meng was detained at Vancouver Airport in December 2018 after a warrant was issued by the United States for a range of charges linked to alleged breaches of sanctions against Iran. It was a relieved-looking Miss Meng who left her home Friday on her way to attend what was her final extradition hearing. With the extradition request dropped, a Canadian judge said she was free to return to China. Under the terms of Meng Wanzhou's release, she has until the end of next year to meet the conditions set by the court, at which point the US will drop the threat of prosecution altogether. The hope now is that tensions could finally start to ease between China, the US and Canada.
Okay, for more on this, now joining us in the Beijing studio, Victor Gao-Zhikai, Vice President of the Center for China and Globalization. Mr. Gao, good to see you.
Thank you for having me.
We have very limited time for this segment, but I'm very excited to talk to you. Mr. Gao, you know, Ms. Meng back home. U.S. dropped the prosecution, particularly the extradition against Ms. Meng. So what does that mean in terms of future?
First of all, it's a big occasion of happiness and joy for the Chinese nation. I hope it is also a very big day of celebration for the Canadians because the two Michaels also went back home safely. And I hope it's also a very good day for the United States because this happy release allowed both China and the United States to put the bitter days behind us and try to move ahead onto better days. I'm always an optimist. I always see the better side. When I'm in the bitter, dark tunnel, I try to see the light on the other
So
side
you're
of the tunnel.
suggesting this issue actually is being settled for now with win, win, and win.
I hope so, because there are different ways to deal with this. One is to keep focusing on the bitterness of this whole thing, and we are brought back to more than 1,000 days of trauma and saga and all the bitterness. The other way is whatever that happened, and we adopt a forward-looking attitude. We look into the future. We look into possibly better days in China-U.S. relations.
I remember sitting with you as guests in the studio when Ms. Meng came back to China from the plane, and there were a lot of joy in the air, of course, also in our studio, right?
Absolutely.
But now, moving beyond that moment, you know, Huawei's story, how is it likely to be continued? What about for other Chinese tech companies? You know, the competition between China and the United States in terms of science and technology particularly.
Well, first of all, Madam Meng Wanzhou signed the DPA. She needs to abide by the provisions, whatever she had agreed to in the DPA. And
until
by
December 2022.
Exactly, by satisfying all the conditions she agreed to, then all the charges against her will be dropped more than 1 year from now. Now, for Huawei, it still faces charges against it leveled by the U.S. Prosecutor, so they need to deal with that case as it is. They need to use all the best lawyers they can find and come up with the best defense, and hopefully they will win that case. Now, for tech companies in China, they need to learn bitter lessons from this whole saga, because for the executives, they need to know what is the implication of the long-arm jurisdiction of the United States. They may disagree with that, of course. They may object to that, but they
have to deal with the realities.
They need to avoid being entangled by all this legal web that the United States is infamous about. And then for tech companies, they need to figure out a way to strive for excellence without, for example, being bogged down by this China-US rivalry, if I can use that word, and try to avoid being buttressed by the US charge and manhandling against Chinese companies.
Right. Before we go, 40 seconds if you can, Mr. Gao. You know, looking at the realities right now, a lot of people are pondering about what we went through, right, with the case of Ms. Meng. But a lot of people are also thinking about how can we all get smarter in a way, and also be able to deal with in a matured way. We have been, and how can we learn from this, right? So, Mr. Gao, your thoughts?
Absolutely. I think both China and the United States need to be smarter. I think one big lesson I hope the Americans will need to learn is that it will be futile if you try to push China against the wall as if there will be no consequences. China will stand very firm on matters of principle and defend the legitimate interests of its nationals, including Madam Meng Wanzhou. Now, I hope China can also learn. China can know better what can be expected from Washington. They can come up with all kinds of traps or schemes, etc., try to halt China's development. We need to deal with this as it is and become smarter and wiser in order to outsmart the American politicians.
And the business executives, they really need to learn how to protect themselves as well.
Absolutely. In terms of financial transactions, transfer of technologies, RPR protection, you name it.
Victor Gao Zhikai, as always, what a pleasure. Thank you so much,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so again, that was a lot. I know I've been covering this for a while, but it's super important. Hopefully you guys can understand it. You know, that story pretty much explained it very well, though. That it covered everything too. I'm not as optimistic as the guy was in the video about how, like, hopefully, you know, let bygones be bygones. Because the United States is petty, and we all know China is petty too. So this shit ain't over. That shit is definitely not fucking over. Because there was some whole ass shit that the United States did. And China not finna just, you know, they already had retaliated with the people that they, you know, arrested. And then they finally let them free when the United States let old girl free. But like I say, that's still not over because the United States was the one who was wrong first. So, China gonna be like, man, they're gonna be on some petty shit for sure. For sure. Ain't it that without a doubt. Look how did y'all see how those people who came and got the flowers, or they gave her the flowers, they was like in whole full body hazmat suits. You know what I'm saying? China is not fucking playing. But you know what it is? Like I say about the whole thing about the COVID, it's about the elites. Don't get me sick. But you saw, oh girl, she didn't have on a mask none of the times. I guess maybe because she just came out of prison, so she's probably the less likely to spread COVID to anyone because she probably hasn't been around no people or very few people. And so, but I don't think that's the reason. The reason really is she's an elite. She's a big boss hog. And they treat her like a freaking, you saw how they came. She was like but we do that here with our CEOs too. We like worship our CEOs, CFOs here too. It's the same way here in the United States because it's corporate ran. It's corporate run. So we worship them. They're really the bosses. I tell people all the time, we're talking about the government. The government not running it. The big companies are running it. They're running everything. They tell you when to go to work, when to go to sleep, when to go on vacation. They the fucking ones got power of your life, not the damn government. Anyways. So, yeah, so they had on full hazmat suits getting close to her. Like, don't get me sick, you little motherfucker, you worker bee. The worker bee, but I better not get sick from the damn worker bee. Put the motherfuckers in full hazmat suits. Because those were the only people that got close to her. She wasn't that close. Everyone else was probably more than 6 feet away. The people that got less than 6 feet away, full hazmat suits. Other than the other politician people, which they just had on masks. She didn't have on masks. Like I said, everyone else had on masks. She didn't have on masks because she was the boss. The people that was walking behind her was her subordinates, I'm sure. So you don't tell the boss to put on a mask. Like, bitch, get out of my face. You better not fucking get me sick. And like I say, I really believe that's what it's all about, y'all. Your little lower class ass better not get me sick. I'm an elite. Damn it.
As Russia and the U.S. continue to go back and forth about whether or not they want to keep funding the International Space Station or end the mission, China is quietly continuing to build its own Tiangong station. And a newly released image shows that not only is the station coming along quite nicely, it is downright luxurious. This is a photo shared by Chinese state-owned news outlet CGTN of Chinese astronaut Tang Hangbo in his bunk aboard Tiangong. As you can see, he's got a nice-sized bed with tons of overhead space. He's even got his own private window, which is everything if you ask me. I mean, why bother going up there if you don't get a window seat, right? So, how does this compare to the aging ISS? Well, astronaut Scott Kelly told Travel and Leisure magazine earlier this year that NASA actually gives you a test to see if you're claustrophobic. He said they make you crawl into a ball in this thick rubber bag with a heavy zipper, and then they put a heart monitor on you, zip you up, and then push you into a closet, and you won't know how long you're going to be in there. And he said it was even worse on the old space shuttle, where living quarters were so cramped astronauts just slept kind of together wherever, he said. So yeah, Hangbo's bunk, in comparison, looks indeed luxurious. As Futurism points out, it is unclear if every Chinese astronaut on board the new space station will have the same luxurious accommodations. For all we know, the others could be much smaller, and they were just trying to make it look luxurious with one sort of VIP bunk, but who knows? We do know that Hangbo and 2 other Chinese astronauts lived on the station for 3 months and came back already, and that another crew is scheduled to launch up there sometime next month, where at least one of them will get that sweet, sweet bunk. So yes, the Chinese space station is coming along quite nicely, which means it's probably time we start using the proper term for their astronauts, which is taikonaut. Well, okay, it's actually yuan yuan in Chinese, and I'm probably not saying that perfectly, but apparently they're going with taikonaut for us Westerners. CGTN itself uses that word, and let's be honest, it goes along quite nicely with astronaut and cosmonaut, doesn't it? Taikonaut. Yeah, I like it. And considering the luxury bunks the taikonauts get, if you ask me, getting the chance to be one of those is sounding pretty damn nice.
Yeah, so anyways, that just goes with my theme that I was saying about how China wants to be the best at everything. Over here in the United States, we don't even know nothing about China having a space station. We thought that there's only the International Space Station. We didn't know nothing about a whole nother space station. They don't tell us these things. Yeah, they don't tell us these things. Not in our media. Who would have thunk it? China has a whole space station, and it's better than. And like the thing is about the United States International Space Station, it's not even in the United States, right? It's like United States and Russia and somebody else building it together, and then so China's one is even more luxurious. Hey, go figure. Go fucking figure, man. Because freaking United States so fucking greedy. All the damn money. They probably had a huge ass budget. They probably had a budget to make the damn ISS bigger, but somebody needed that shit for their salary. They needed it for their alimony, or they needed it for their retirement or something. You know what I'm saying? They needed to buy that yacht. Yeah. Nah. We can make that a little small. We can cut that cut a little fat off of that. Daddy got to get paid too. Daddy need a new pair of shoes.
Well, now a power crunch in some parts of China has shut down factories and left some households without electricity. The shortages come as coal prices rise, and in some cases because of efforts to meet official energy use targets. There are fears the power shortage in China could become prolonged as the demand for coal and natural gas surges during the winter. Let's bring in DW's Clifford Coonan, who has been monitoring the situation for us. So what's behind the power crunch?
Well, it seems to be almost like a perfect storm of things. There's a lot of different factors happening at once. It's been in 17 provinces in China, and altogether they account for something like 66% of the whole economy. So it's very widespread. In the northeast, you have shortages where it's quite cold at the moment, but you also have shortages in Guangdong province in the south, which is undergoing a heat wave. So there's different factors at work altogether, and they just seem to be combining to create this shortage. And in the south, for example, people have been asked to turn thermostats up on their air conditioning to use less electricity. Whereas in the northeast, the shortages are affecting factory output and various different things. So it's all these different factors together are combining to cause these outages.
There's a human impact, of course, but how about the economic impact?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things, a lot of the factories that are going to be making the smartphones that people will be buying for Christmas, you know, when you look at the fuel shortages in Britain at the moment. You know, there's all these combinations of things at the moment with fuel supply. It's going to have an impact on the economy because utilities in China, they can't pass on price increases. Coal prices are at record levels at the moment, but they can't pass them on to the consumers. So they're stuck with this thing, with having to charge them a certain amount, which means they're asking people to use less, and so we have these shortages. So it could have indeed quite an impact on the economy overall.
Okay, so some bumps in the supply chain. It sounds like all of us should get our Christmas presents perhaps a little bit earlier than usual. Let's talk about the cause. How much of this is being attributed to global warming?
Well, one of the things that one of the reasons for this is that people are authorities in China are trying to cut emissions levels, and you know, urban pollution in China has been appalling for many years, and the government now seems very serious about doing something about it because it's become a real issue for people. So I think in that sense, global warming is playing a role in that it's trying to encourage the utilities to move away from coal, because a lot of China's electricity is still coming from coal-powered power stations. So they're trying to get a move away from that. So in that sense, global warming is kind of key in some ways to why this is all happening.
DW's Clifford Coonan, thanks so much.
Yeah, so that's just another example of what I was saying about the supremacy of China, or the appearance of it, or the appearance that they want to project. Again, going into the energy thing, because like I was saying this before, people thought that, oh, they just need to get their shit together. No, they're doing this on purpose, and it has to do with meeting those energy limits and all that stuff. Like I said, they really just want to look good on the world stage and say that, okay, we're doing our part. What are you doing? And then we're doing our part even better than we're going to meet and exceed the recommendations because of the climate change and all of that stuff. Because they may not give a damn about climate change, but they care about their image on the world stage. So, and like I say, they want to be a world leader. So they want to be ahead of everybody in everything, including, being, in their emissions, their energy usage, their pollution. Yeah. Does that even make sense to y'all? Sometimes I feel like I don't make sense.
The new AUKUS security pact between Australia, the UK and the US was designed to counter Chinese aggression. And China has indeed gone on the offensive, a charm offensive. Beijing is now trying to woo France, who was snubbed by its allies by being left out of the deal.
As permanent members of the UN Security Council, China and France shoulder the responsibility of maintaining international peace and stability, promoting global development and multilateralism. So we can and should strengthen our cooperation, which is in the interests of the whole world. Arms deals on such a large scale are not conducive to world peace. We should not get involved in an arms race.
Australia is counting on the UK to provide cutting-edge nuclear submarine technology. Problem is, Canberra might be a century too late to Britain's maritime party.
There are real concerns that we will lack the capability to maintain these vessels and that we will be increasingly dependent on US or UK support.
The terms of the AUKUS deal are vague, with nothing concrete agreed, but it's far from obvious what Britain can actually bring to the table.
British defence resources are becoming increasingly and incredibly stretched, and I think many, even people who would support having a strong defence in the UK, would question whether these are the best use of British resources, even if they ordered submarines in 18 months' time, which is the time frame that's suggested. These new submarines are unlikely to be in service for at least a decade.
The US, on the other hand, is at the very edge of nuclear sub technology. The only problem is its subs, they don't come cheap.
This figure will spiral out of control. It's a massive spend that will divert money away from real needs that Australia has, particularly energy transition and addressing climate change, but also economic resilience and also the actual living needs of many people in this country.
So if Australia, whose budget is absolutely dwarfed by the Pentagon's, wants to obtain a fleet of atomic submarines, it had better start looking for money right now. Australia's decision to try and square up to China could, some fear, now lead to a regional arms race, with other nations in the Indo-Pacific potentially feeling the need to pick sides.
Many nations in the Pacific, Indonesia, Malaysia, New Zealand, have expressed either deep opposition and sorrow or real concern that this will lead to increased proliferation pressure, militarisation and a lack of certainty, trust and confidence in the region. There's already been talk in Japan and South Korea about their submarine fleets developing a nuclear capability, given since Australia has made this announcement.
And while China's recent overtures are, well, unlikely to win over Paris, France's alienation from her allies over the AUKUS security pact, it's already a win for Beijing.
Is any of this making sense? This shit is super complex. I'm sorry, y'all, and it's dry. I understand it. It's kind of boring. I get it. But we're talking about we're talking about world politics stuff. We're talking about big boy stuff. We're talking about big girl stuff. We're talking about grown man stuff, grown woman stuff. We're talking about controlling nations, ruling worlds. This is what we're talking about. Understanding what's actually happening so that you can have an impact on it. You can't, it's like an avalanche, right? And it's just rolling down the mountain. You're on the side of the mountain, you're skiing, or maybe you're camping. I don't know what you're doing out there. Taking pictures. And you're completely unaware of the avalanche. For some reason, maybe you have earphones, you have earbuds in, you have some kind of you know, you can't hear, and avalanche is coming. So, but if you was aware of the avalanche, then you could make moves to hopefully save yourself and others, depending on your proximity to the avalanche, I would say, because sometimes it doesn't matter where you do if you're in the wrong spot at the wrong time. And that's one other reason why you want to be aware, because if you're more aware of where avalanches could possibly come, then hopefully you're not going to be in that area. If you are in an area, you know, that's what I'm saying. You want to lower your probability of getting swept away by an avalanche. You do that by being aware of knowledge, nuances. You don't care, whatever. The avalanche sweep you away, whatever. You don't really care. Like, well, whatever, I don't care. But for the rest of us, for the rest of y'all that do want to know where the avalanche could come from, this is the stuff right here that we're talking about right here. This is heavy shit. Okay? So it's so complex. That's what I play all this stuff. I want y'all to read between the lines, and I want y'all to understand. It's a connection, right? You know, the whole thing, the theme, all the last videos that I've been playing related to China, right? China being one to be the best, whatever. But then, you know, recently, okay, and then the tech stuff, right? You know, the issues between the United States and then the Huawei lady that they finally let free. And then now you got the United States selling submarines to Australia at a huge ass price. Australia need money for all kinds of other stuff, but they're gonna spend it on some damn submarines. Because the United States private companies, the corporations, they don't give a damn. They're just trying to make money. Don't give a fuck. Y'all need these submarines. Shit about to pop off, bro. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, we probably gonna pop it up. I'm gonna let you know right now. So you probably ought to go on and knock off these submarines so that you could be ready. You know, shit might not pop off, but if shit do pop off, you got these submarines to make sure that, you know what I'm saying? Because, hey, China, you know what I'm saying? They're going to try to take over Australia. You know what I'm saying? They want to take over the whole world, so they're going to come over there and take over Australia. So you better have you some protection. And we got that for you. We got that A1 Perico. Do y'all understand? And okay, so then France, they had a deal to sell some other stuff to Australia. And Australia backed out because they wanted to get the American equipment. And France is kind of pissed about that. And then, like I say, this is a geopolitical thing. France, the thing about, if you know anything about France, if we have any France people out there, what I understand about France is they're very prideful people, right? Totally all about respect, right? It's always about the respect. It's not about money. These were like the enlightened people of Europe, you know, the most progressive. That's why I didn't want to, they kept popping up in my mind earlier when I was talking about Germany, because France is supposed to be more progressive. You know, they like the arts and so forth and so on. You know, they're all about their rights, you know, inalienable rights and, you know, autonomy, you know what I'm saying? All of that stuff. So what I understand about France is that if you disrespect them in some kind of way, they're not going to take that lightly. You might think of it as petty, but this is a real thing. We're talking about geopolitics. So wars do happen. And the thing is, when wars happen and people choose sides at the last minute, sometimes they be having like, you know, they have treaties or they have like paperwork that say, okay, yeah, if the war pop off, anything pop off or whatever, y'all gonna be cool with us, right? Yeah, we're gonna be cool with you no matter what. Yeah. Shit pop off, y'all be looking out for us. Y'all looked out for us in the past when shit pop off. Yeah, if anybody fuck with y'all, we got your back. We got y'all. They'll say that, but once war actually literally pops off, all bets are off. If you know war, real war, all bets are off. So there ain't no guarantee where France will be at in this whole thing if there was some kind of major altercation in the region. Who knows where France will go on that? France have always been that country that are like, sometimes we're over here, we might just be over there. They kind of wishy-washy, you know what I mean? Like, they don't have no real loyalty to the others. They're loyalty to France. They don't look at themselves as European. They're like, we're French. They totally look at it different. You have, I don't know, I may be wrong. I'm not French, okay? This is what I understand from studying the things that I've studied. If you guys want to correct me in the comments, please do. I'm totally okay with correction. But as far as I understand, a lot of parts, because there's other parts in Europe that don't feel like they're part of Europe, like Ireland. Is that the one I'm trying to say? I think it's Ireland I'm trying to say. And they're like, no, we're not European, we're Ireland. But the UK, all the places they call, they kind of say they're European or British or whatever, how you want to call it. And then, but France don't really say that. Anyways, what I'm saying is that situation was disrespectful to France, and they're not going to take that lightly. You can call it not a big deal, but it's a big deal. It was billions of dollars. It was a deal that they already had agreed to, and then these people backed out of it. And then United States is the ones who instigated it and all that. So France is mad at United States, and they're mad at Australia. Okay, they, and you make, like I say, you could take it lightly, but it's not. Those people are not like that. You disrespect me. I felt disrespected. I'm not finna let it go. Definitely not finna forget. So that's what I mean. If something does pop off, what I mean is, like, France ain't gonna be like, oh, we're finna go to war with the United States or Australia or whatever the hell. No, and that's never, ever gonna happen. But if some shit was to pop off, and at that point, you got to be like, hey, France, can y'all help us out with some shit? They're going to be like, you remember that shit you did with them fucking, them submarines? Remember that shit? You remember y'all had that deal and then y'all didn't fucking, yeah, I remember that shit. That shit was kind of fucked up. Man, what? Let bygones be bygones, bro. Man, we really need your help, bro. This is a war and shit, bro. Man, I don't know, bro. Let me think about it. That's going to be France. Trust me, that's going to be them. They're going to be like, yeah, I don't know. Let me think about it. And who knows where they're going to go from there. They could go either way. Like I say, France, like I say, this thing is really nuanced and complicated. It's world geopolitics is what we're talking about. These are for the big girls and the big boys. These are for the intellectuals. These are for the people that really understand shit, okay? I'm trying to break it down for the ones. This is not for lower. If you're listening to this, if you enjoy my content, you're not a normal person, okay? You're not average. You're above average, and that's the reason why I'm doing this. Like I say, I'm trying to create leaders. I'm trying to create activists, really. That's what this really is about. And y'all, you might think I'm crazy, but I have a method to my madness, okay? All of this knowledge, all of this stuff having to do with current events, current geopolitics, current world events, helps you understand what's happening, okay? And what's happening around the world affects you wherever you are, okay? And if you want to be an activist, if you want to really make a difference in the world, you need to understand what's happening all around the world. Because it says think globally and act locally. That's how you have your greatest impact. Think of your local community as the world and treat it as such and deal with it as such. And you think about the world as your little community and you treat it as such. And that's how you make a difference in the world. So understanding what's happening is it. That's the way you can have an impact. If you don't really understand what's happening, your impact is going to be really small. You're going to be swinging in the dark. You're shooting in the dark. You don't know what the hell you're doing. That's the point of this. That's the point of this. Like I say, if you're listening to my voice right now, you made it this far as 4:18. I'm over 4 minutes long, and I've been playing dry, boring world news. If you're here with me, you are not a normal person. You are extraordinary. You are special. You are one of the ones that I'm looking for, that we are looking for, that we are waiting for, that I'm waiting for, the world is waiting for. People to actually care and want to make a difference and want to learn, want to have knowledge. This is big boy stuff. Grown-up stuff. I got one more.
Hi, and welcome to The Tough Question, where we approach an expert with a head scratcher so you can better understand China. Since 2012, the Communist Party of China has intensified its efforts to tackle corruption at all levels, famously targeting both tigers and flies. But why has so much emphasis been put on rooting out corruption, and what progress has been made? Here's Xia Lu from the School of Marxism Studies at Renmin University of China.
Anti-corruption, very interesting question, and that's my favorite. We'll be talking about this question today. The construction of a party work style and a clean government, as well as the fight against the corruption, concern the life and death of the party, which requires the endeavors of the entire party. For state, it is about security. For society, it is about stability. And for the people, it is about everyone's life and their faith in the public sectors, which in turn is conducive to the security and social stability. How has the Chinese authority tackled the issue of corruption? First of all, key institutions are strengthened and formed to make sure that there are consistent efforts to persevere in never-ending fight against the corruption. Secondly, keeping regular and routine intra-party inspection and exercising strict governance of the party. Thirdly, promoting a combination of intra-party supervision and public scrutiny. The CCDI, China's top anti-graft body, has stressed that there should be continued efforts in tackling corruption problems troubling Chinese people's lives in certain fields. Well, this includes, but not limited to, education, medical care, health care, social welfare, and poverty alleviation. Well, this was to make sure that people see justice and fairness in every judicial cases. Anti-corruption efforts in the financial sectors, state-owned enterprises, and the political and the legal systems will continue to be enhanced as well. The country will also strengthen international cooperation in this kind of fight against the corruption and tracking down the fugitives and recovering their assets and those kind of illegal monies. Under these new circumstances, the CPC has pledged to make political building the primary task in ensuring full and strict governance over the party, and launch targeted political supervision regularly. Concrete and specific efforts are needed in enforcing full and rigorous party self-discipline so as to ensure that the CPC Central Committee's decisions are faithfully and fully implemented and fulfilled, and that the party marches forward as one.
So thanks to Dr. Xia Lu for his perspective on China's anti-corruption drive. To sum up, he really sees the approach as vital to the workings and indeed the success of the party, ensuring that across China the people have a sense of justice and fairness, that everyone has to play by the rules, no matter who they are or where they work. See you soon for the next Head Scratcher.
Why they have to play so much music in their fucking videos, bro? Don't need all that damn music, bro. Ugh. Let me forget what I was gonna say. Corruption. Okay, yeah. So, say what you want to. You can say it's a facade. You can say it's fake. You could say that they're just trying to appear to do this, and it's just like a publicity, or trying to appear like that for the rest of the world. or whatever, or for their citizens or whatever. You could say that. But over here in the States, we don't have nothing that even resembles that in the slightest bit. Nothing in that domain. We don't have nothing in that area. We don't have that, nothing in that region of appearing to try to do that kind of thing. So like I say, that's another example of them being leagues ahead, bro. Even if you can say it's fake, even if it's fake, it's still way ahead. Just the idea of it is way the hell ahead of almost everybody. I mean, what countries have this, something like this, something similar to this? You guys help me out in the comments. I know I got intelligent people out there who know a lot of shit. Help me out. What other country has something similar to this? You can call us that our FBI or our CIA does this? No, forget about it. Pentagon? No, they don't have nothing like that. I can't speak for other countries, but I haven't heard of anything like that. Help me out in the comments. If there's something that what some other country has some kind of system that's similar to that, or has implemented something that's anything in that range, anything in that area, y'all let me know. Because, just having that system in place is huge. Just saying you're going to try to do it is huge. Even if they're not following through with it. Even if it's fake. Oh, I'm getting tired, y'all. I've been going 4.5 hours. I only took like one potty break. I got one more video. I thought that was the last one, but I got Macron. It's let me get a little bit of background on this, because I'm over here talking about France and shit, but I do understand French politics a bit, only because, like, I don't know why, but it's always big on my timeline. It has been since I've been in the politics. Damn, that's a realization I just had live. Yeah. It's for some reason more than other countries. France's politics just be on my timeline. What the hell? Maybe it's something I used to search back in the days. There I go on a tangent. I don't know how it got like that, but anyways, Macron. Well, let me tell you a little bit of background. So this guy, he barely won when he got in there, and people don't really like him. I would say that I ain't gonna say he cheated to get in, but there, fishy things did kind of happen. But at the end of the day, it was close, and he won. And I would say that only like 40% or so of the people like him. I would say the majority of the people over there don't like him. There's a huge amount of people who don't like him and haven't liked him since he got in, because he really shouldn't have won. He kind of came out of nowhere. Young guy. His wife is a very important person and very rich. And she's much older than him, too. I don't know why I fucking mentioned that, but that's a factor. Because he married into that family. And so he's a business interest type guy. That's where he came from, his background. And that's how he was trying to govern, right? He was on some conservative, all about economics type shit. And he made some changes that people really didn't like. It was those austerity ass fucking measures that they always implement. It's related to the fucking corporations. Whenever you get a politician he was one of them. He was like their man. Like, that's our man. We got him in. I can't think of what it is, the industry that he's tied up in. I'm sorry, y'all. Those out there that know, he's tied up in, what industry is it? There's an industry that his history comes from. And anyways, so that's the thing, though. They always come in and put in austerity measures, and it gives, and they lift restrictions, and then they do like weird shit that allows the damn corporations basically to have more power to do shit, like press on the people and make more money, and less, like they start pouring money out of the social programs and into the other places. And it becomes, that's what it is. So What else about that guy? Ain't he the one somebody slapped that dude? I think somebody slapped him, if I remember correctly. People don't like that guy. Or was that Juan Guaido? I think both of them niggas got slapped. What else about? Because like I said, I don't really like him. What else about him? There's election coming. He's not. He might lose. He might lose, like I say, because a lot of people don't like him. There's a lot of turmoil related to the mandates and the way they don't like the way he dealt with the pandemic. Anyways, we could talk about France and Macron all day.
The Élysée Palace appears to be in no hurry to make amends with the Aussies after a broken deal on submarines earlier this month. French officials are furious with Australia opting to do a deal with the US and UK and forming the AUKUS Pact as a result. But the French have not sat idly by, brokering a new naval ship contract with Greece this week. Meanwhile, potentially bad news for Emmanuel Macron as a new name is rising as a contender for the presidency. Center-right candidate Xavier Bertrand has thrown his hat into the ring for the December primaries, and support for him is stronger than the Macron camp had anticipated. So for more on these events in France, we will bring in Gerald Olivier. He's a journalist and research fellow at the Institute for Perspectives and Security Europe, or IPSE. Gerald, thank you so much for joining us today. First, can we talk about Macron? He lost a contract with the Aussies, but gained a new deal with the Greeks. So some good news in light of bad news. But will the relationship between France and Australia remain icy for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, it's always good to have a little deal to make up for the big one that you lost. In terms of dollars, I think it's 3 billions compared to 50, so we're not quite in the same league up here. On the former issue of the submarine deal, to be honest with you, I'm not sure that the issue of Franco-Australian relationship is really the most important aspect of it. From the trade point of view, it was a major loss for France. From a strategic point of view, it's something that should be looked at in great detail, because in fact, France is number one, a major player on the weapons market. It is a nuclear power. It is a permanent member of the UN Security Council. It is also a country which has a huge maritime domain and a legitimate presence in the so-called Indo-Pacific area. And if indeed there is a new threat rising from China in that area, all the players should be involved. From the strategic point of view, the American move is perfectly legitimate. They're trying to consolidate an alliance. They already had one, if you remember, ANZUS at the end of World War II. There is an intelligence agreement between the UK, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the US for intelligence sharing in that area. But instead of keeping things within the so-called English-speaking world, Australia and the UK are part of the Commonwealth. And of course, the US is a former British colony, as everybody knows. Maybe they should have expanded it to include France. And that one thing that should bring people to question America's vision in that area, and also Europe's vision in that area. Beyond France, the major losers in that deal, to my thinking, are the EU, completely kept in the dark, as well as NATO. NATO is the major, let's say, Euro-Atlantic defense alliance, and the fact that it was also kept in the dark is kind of surprising. So to me, those issues are even more important than how France and Australia will work things out.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This was absolutely a practical move by the U.S. and U.K. in the, like you said, the English-speaking world. But is this a play then by Macron, at least, making or looking to be like a strongman leader? Is this a play for him to rally support ahead of his re-elections?
Yeah, it's part of it. The problem with Macron, especially from the French aside, is that he has a tendency to be more concerned with the world than he is with France. And anytime something happens in the world, he takes, center stage. He went to Lebanon after they had that huge explosion a couple of years ago in Beirut. Of course, there is a link from a historical point of view between Lebanon and France. And he does have a vision regarding the Euro-Mediterranean partnership. Okay, France borders on the Mediterranean, and indeed we have very intense relationship in terms of people moving, in terms of trade, and in terms of security. And so Greece is part of that Mediterranean area countries, and it's quite logical that Macron should want alliance in that area. It's also true that within a year, there'll be a presidential election in France, and looking strong is better than looking weak. By then, I'm not sure that the French will remember the Greek deal, but they'll remember the Australian loss, that's for sure.
Yes, I think so. People always remember the bad stuff. In our final minute here, Gerald, I'd like to kind of double up on questions here. In this case, how does Emmanuel Macron stack up against Xavier Bertrand? And with Angela Merkel stepping down in the coming weeks, she was effectively the unofficial leader of the EU. Does Macron then kind of inherit that role, or will the Germans still tacitly lead the union?
Okay. Regarding Bertrand, to be honest with you, I think Xavier Bertrand is part of the fast disappearing center right. As you know, in France, we used to have our politics divided between the left, socialists, communists, and the radicals, and the conservative right taking on de Gaulle, and then the center and being rather free market kind of people. This whole political landscape has been changing and changing fast. Macron destroyed the Socialist Party back in 2017. And now there is a new guy in play. He's a political commentator. He's extremely popular in France. His name is Éric Zemmour. He's not a professional politician. He's quite popular in the media, and he is beginning to have an influence where he's actually going to gather votes from the far right and the center right. And he's going to do in 2022 what to the right, what Macron did to the left in 2017. And I'm afraid that Bertrand may be paying for that. Right now, we're still in the very early stages of the campaign, and Bertrand starts from fairly high in the polls. We'll see if he's able to maintain that, expand. My own vision is that he would rather go down, but that remains to be seen. Now, as far as Europe is concerned, Germany is the de facto leader of Europe because of the euro. Germany is the dominant country within the Eurozone. The former German mark is what makes the euro a strong currency, and that makes de facto Germany the leader of the EU, and that is not going to change. And it's true that the problem with the EU is that of the rivalry between France and Germany. The Europeans included the UK back in the 1970s, thinking they could create some kind of a triumvirate to run things. The UK is out. We go back to the old couple of France versus Germany. And within the economic sphere, the Germans are very highly dominant. There is no European defense to speak with, actually, where France could be dominant. And for that reason, I think that Germany will remain the most influential power within the EU.
No matter who replaces Angela Merkel. So I believe you are onto something here. I believe you will be right with this prediction. Gerald, Olivier, thank you so much for joining us to discuss all of these topics.
My pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, so that's a lot again. A lot, and it's super heavy. But you heard him say that they're not going to forget about the ships sold to Australia. And you also heard him say they have to wonder about America's, United States, like strategic future in the region. Like what are they up to? And you know that the France people are wondering the same thing. They're like, what the hell are they up to? What the hell is Australia What the fuck are they up to? What are y'all up to? What are y'all up to? Y'all didn't even tell nobody y'all was doing this shit. Y'all did this shit in the back, and y'all, screwed over everybody and did this shit on the side. What are y'all up to? That's what y'all gotta understand. Like politics, sometimes it comes down to really simple shit, like human beings and the way that they just think. Like, but first off, it's like you disrespected me. You did something disrespectful, and then you're up to some like fishy behavior. So it's like I don't know you anymore. Like, who are you? Like, you need to let me know who you are, bro. Because I'm right now I don't know who you are. That's where it is right now. Who's to say where it's gonna go from here? I don't want to predict no doom and gloom. I don't want it. We don't want it. Nobody wants it really, other than the corporations. But again, like I say, you have to be aware. I think I'm gonna wrap it, y'all. I did want to make a point. The point is like the truth, right? To one of the things you have to do to be an activist or to make a real difference in the world, right? Other than being aware, like knowledge and stuff that we're focusing on, understanding geopolitics, understanding what's happening locally in your community, understanding racial relations and stuff. But one of the things, there's a fundamental thing, and that fundamental thing is truth. Whether you like it or not, whether it works towards your agenda or not, whether it fits your philosophy or not, none of that shit matters. How you feel about it, your loyalty, your nationality, your pride, your religion, your race, whatever it is, you can't let none of that stuff get in the way of the truth. So, and you got to take in the truth for what it is. You know what I'm saying? Bitter tasting, bad tasting, horrible, really hard to, tall glass of water to wash it down. It's hard to swallow, So, but if you want to go through this journey and you want to get there, then you're gonna have to take in those hard truths. So some of the stuff that we talk about, and we're gonna get heavier with this channel because, like I said, I've been holding my punches, but I think I'm gonna stop doing it. I'm ready for the channel to start growing, So it's time for me to be, like I said, I'm always 100. I'm always being 100 with y'all, but I've been trying to be soft. So we're gonna get a little bit harder. Today was the first day of it getting a little bit heavier. But this is the direction that we're gonna go in. So whoever I end up, I'm never gonna have 350K subscribers. That's okay. That's okay. I'm okay with that. So like I say, if you come with me on this journey, then we gotta accept truths. Sometimes it's gonna be hard. And like I say, when we talk about like the racial stuff, it is what it is. It is what it is. I look at humans as humans. Humans are humans. Black rights are human rights. Women's rights are human rights. LGBTQ rights are human rights. Afghan rights, Mexican rights, Muslim rights, Christian rights. I mean, all of those are boxes any fucking ways. It's humans, human rights. So, but at the same time, we got to face the reality of the times that we live in. We created this social construct of race, and a lot of people believe in it, even though it's not a real thing. It's a real thing in the social construct, area, and it has a lot of power. I mean, look again. We have to go back to World War II all the time, right? That was super racial, right? Eugenics and all that, very, very racial. The Civil War, states' rights, no. The Civil War was racial. Let's go back. The Crusades. Okay, then that wasn't completely racial, but that was kind of like, that's complicated, but they wanted to plunder and make money. Was the real reason. but you also had secondary reasons related to the other, like the Muslims. And a lot of the Muslims were people of color at this time. And so so the Romans, the Christians was coming out, and it was like wanting to make everything Christian and also white. Even though those people weren't white, it's the white wasn't a thing until way later. That was way later. It wasn't a thing back then, but they still had a common identity, but they didn't. It was different. So the whiteness is very new, very, very new. It was created, and it was created not that long ago, because people didn't identify themselves as that before. But that's why I'll be saying to you guys. So you guys want the whole racial thing? We could fix it overnight. How about we all be white? How about everybody checks white in their box? Everybody checks white when it asks what race you are. White. Everybody's white now. How do y'all feel about that? I'm gonna let y'all think about that. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining.